Hi, welcome back to another Dev Diary for Pitchfork. This week I am going to be focusing, as you can see on the screen here, on conflict and action. That's what I've called the chapter. I might be changing it, but the idea here is I really want to focus on this one area where I've got a lot of ideas in my head, and they've been changing from time to time. And yeah, I really need to make a decision on some of these things and get them play tested, because I've got a lot of interesting ideas here that I've picked up from various other games, other systems that I like, and I think I've come up with something that I feel is quite unique. Just finished pouring my beer here. Yeah. So the idea behind conflict, there's one really core idea behind it, and that is trauma or damage or whatever you want to call it. It's important to me that this game feels deadly. I don't want a bunch of commoners to get it into their heads that the most efficient way to handle the setting is to go out adventuring and going dungeon delving or fighting monsters or anything like that. Because the idea is you're meant to feel like you're playing normal everyday people, and having a really gritty, dangerous system is a big part of that. So yeah, that's the first thing I really want to kind of set down in stone, is that this has to be a gritty trauma system. It just occurred to me that I could be, when I'm talking about this game on social media and stuff, I could be talking about it as a mashup between Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay, Wolfrup, and Call of Cthulhu, because in a way that's exactly what it is. Call of Cthulhu is a game about everyday people who are being faced with terrifying situations, or they're investigating things that should not be investigated, that the human mind is not capable of knowing. And while that's not exactly the same kind of tack I'm going for here, and by using the Call of Cthulhu, by saying it's similar to Call of Cthulhu, I risk people thinking that I'm creating a Lovecraftian game here, which I'm not. I'm not going to feature any kind of Lovecraftian monsters or anything like that in this. It's important to me that from a thematic perspective, it's exactly the kind of game that I'm emulating in a way, and that is everyday people being faced with horrifying or terrifying things, and thinking of it like that helps to reframe how I'm approaching this, from just being a Warhammer Fantasy roleplay hack to something that's focusing a little bit more on the horror. And I think that's really important, because I want the horror element to be quite big in this, because let's face it, if you're a peasant living in these, for example, the 16th century in Middle Ages Europe, and you see something like a demon or a creature out of nightmare, it's gonna fuck you up, and like you're gonna be terrified. So though, I really want to emphasize that. I do want there to be an element of these sort of, it doesn't have to focus just on the horrific elements, but that is going to be a big part of the focus when it's done. So yeah, kind of changing the tack there. Instead of saying it's a mix of Warhammer and Harnmaster and Aquilare, I've kind of tapped into Harnmaster and Aquilare because they're historical games, but really there's not a lot I'm taking from those games at all. So Wolfrup is this is essentially 70% ish a Wolfrup hack, and the rest of it is kind of horror based. So anyway, that's why I'm talking. That's kind of how I'm pitching it, and it's also something I want to kind of keep at the forefront of my mind, is that I'm not trying to recreate a historical simulator or historical game here, or even an alt history game that is basically like history. I'm trying to create a career-based fantasy game with strong horrific elements to it. And those elements are more horrific because the characters are common folk. They're not nobles, they're not warriors, that sort of thing. Okay, so that said, conflict and action is really important, because it needs to be, as I said, it needs to be deadly. Characters need to feel like if they're up against if they're up against an enemy or combatants that they can't beat, they need to feel like turning around and running away is the most sensible option. I'll probably even put something like that in the text and say, running away is the best, something along those lines. I'll think of something clever to say. Yeah. So I want to focus on different elements of different lenses, different levels of conflict here. And the first one I've already written down kind of simply is simple conflict. Not every conflict needs a long, drawn-out procedure. If a conflict can be handled narratively and with a small number of rolls, this should be the default. And that's absolutely the case. If somebody is sneaking up on a guard, let's say, I mean, not that guards would necessarily be in the setting, but they're sneaking up on somebody and they're asleep and they only need to pass a stealth roll. They've snuck up to that person. What are they doing to them? Are they killing them? They should be just allowed to stick a knife in them and they're dead. Are they trying to like knock them senseless so that they can drag them away and question them somewhere else? Just let them smack them upside the head and, you know, don't require a roll for it. Don't switch into a full-blown sort of combat mode or anything like that. Just let it happen. That said, I do want to put this cold-blooded murder thing in here, so I need to stick that in somewhere. Probably after recovery. Yeah. These are the coup de grace rules from Forbidden Lands. And in a nutshell, it just basically means killing someone in cold blood is not easy for the average person. I'll put some fancy words in here later. Killing someone in cold blood requires a... what kind of a roll? Ooh, that's an interesting roll. Maybe a stability roll, sanity roll. That could be interesting. Killing someone in cold blood requires a stability roll. If you fail... The thing I really like about Forbidden Lands with this is that you have to pass like an empathy roll, which basically means the more empathic you are, the better you are at understanding people, the less likely it is that you're going to be able to kill somebody in cold blood. And I actually have a number of skills I can tap into for this. So I'm going to look at the skills here. And the one I'm kind of thinking of is Insight. Insight is the ability, as I can read down here, to understand other people, what they're thinking, feeling, or planning. And the longer you've spent in their presence, the easier the roll. The idea here is that Insight represents your ability to connect with other people. So if you have really high insight, you're going to see this person not as a means to an end. You're going to see them as an actual person, a living, breathing thing. And by snuffing out their life, you've got to overcome that humanity. So you have to fail an insight roll. That means the better you are at insight, the better it is that you are at dealing with people, the higher your insight. And I think that's a good way to handle it. I think insight isn't necessarily quite... I might need to think about how I've worded that. But yeah, I think that might be okay. Let me just look at what I've put, what actually Forbidden Lands rolls. Like, I think it's just a raw empathy roll. I'm just going to double check that, though. Where's coup de grace? Coup de grace, coup de grace. I think it's after here somewhere. There it is. Yeah, it's just a standard empathy roll. So it's just the attribute. So you're only rolling at like a small number of points. And I think that's fine because in Forbidden Lands, your empathy is going to be between 2 and it could be up to 6. Normally it's going to be somewhere between 2 and 5. Most characters who aren't like face characters are going to have a score of probably 2 or 3 only. So you're only rolling 2 or 3 dice. Insight here is going to be at least 1 dice because it's a general skill. Everybody will have at least 1 point in it. And I'd like to think that most people would probably have at least 1 more. So you're rolling 1 dice, and yeah, failing it is good. You just have to not succeed. So if you really want to kill somebody, you just have to fail at that. But I am going to add something here, which is that if you succeed, I'm not going to do a stability roll, but stability is about to come into play. Requires an insight roll. If you succeed, in fact, I'm just going to look very quickly at how Forbidden Lands handles, because this is really well. It says you have to fail an empathy roll. Even if it rolls, you have to spend a willpower point and suffer 1 point of damage to empathy. So we're going to do that as you suffer a point of damage to stability. You lose a point of stability. And it's saying if you succeed, nothing happens. So I think that's okay. I quite like how this is written. I don't think I really want to feel the need to improve it in any way. So yeah, if you you must require killing to kill someone in cold blood requires you must fail an insight roll. Even if you fail, the mental trauma, there is a mental toll at snuffing out a defenseless person's life. Sounds a bit preachy. I have another idea about this I'll talk about in a second for this game in terms of how I'm going to present the rules and how I'm going to present the text. We'll talk about that in a minute. And that is to use an approach from a similar approach to Merkborg. This game right here. Beautiful game. Really cool game. I'm actually reviewing it on Mud and Blood later, the Mud and Blood podcast, later in the year, around October. I'm really looking forward to getting into it in detail, but I have been skimming through it this past week, and what I like is that there's been a lot of attention. It's basically A5 format, which is exactly the same format I want to go for in this game. It's a similar page count to what I'm thinking of as well, but with really thick paper, which kind of gives it a nice bit of heft. I like that too. But the best thing about it, I think, is how they've laid out the rules, and some of the rules are basically like that. Very, very small amount of text on the page with an image. And that's something I think is really cool. You can kind of really focus, rather than just having blocks of text along all the pages, you can really just, to focus in on one rule, just have it as its own page. Like, this is the rule, focus on this. This is what it's all about. Mothership is another great example of this, where they have every page is themed to a rule, so that to find a rule, it's, if there's rules about combat, it's all on one or two pages, on the spread at least. And that's another great approach. So I'm thinking of doing something similar to, kind of looking at both of those as inspiration and coming up with something similar. It requires a little bit of massaging of the text to make sure that it flows well and that it kind of fits in that format. So I'm mentioning this because at the moment this is a bit dry. The way I've written this is very explanatory, and I think there's room to simplify it a lot and to really try and make it sing a bit. So that's something I'm thinking about doing. But at the moment, I'm going to write it like a standard role-playing game, like similar to how Free League write their games, where it's very clear, everything's laid out in a logical manner, and not worry too much about word count or anything like that. But we'll see in future. I've made the decision to try and stop thinking about layout and to just get the bloody thing written. So that's my focus right now, is just focus on the writing. So that's what we're doing. So coup de grace, to kill someone in cold blood, you must fail an insight roll. Even if you fail, there's a mental toll at snuffing out a defenseless person's life. You suffer 1 point of stability loss. You suffer 1 point of stability loss, and the GM gains 1 point of doom. Doom is darkness points from Coriolis. Yeah, pretty straightforward. Okay, I just wanted to mention that. It kind of just popped into my head just a minute ago. Cheers. I've had a mentally demanding day, so I'm chasing a beer down, followed by a very large cup of coffee, which I finished just before I started streaming. So I'll probably need to piss in like a half an hour. Right. TMI, I realize. Okay, conflict and action. So, simple conflict we've talked around. Climatic scenes is where it's at. Climatic scenes, I'm thinking of going for two approaches here. One approach is, and in fact, this is kind of what I've talked about here. You can read the text there on the screen, but the idea here is that sometimes a single roll or one or two rolls isn't going to cut it. You need to have a little bit more. You need more structure. You need a procedure in place to handle these more climactic events. And I'm thinking of having two frameworks here. The first one being what I'm going to call climactic scenes. And this is going to probably follow the format that I've laid out in Year Zero Mini, which is also a format which is laid out in Tales from the Loop and Things from the Flood. Extended Trouble, as it's called there. I've used it before. I think it works really well. It's pretty straightforward to set up, pretty straightforward to get your head around. I mean, in Year Zero Mini, I'll flash the rules up right now, actually. I've got it explained in like half a page, I guess, altogether. So, yeah. Let me open this up. Year Zero Mini. Let's open the PDF. Here, climatic scenes. And in fact, it's kind of what I've done for this is kind of similar to what I'm doing already. So this actually works because I'm thinking of having Pitchfork as a prototype for my Year Zero Light engine, to use that term, which is basically one step more complex than what I've got here. And one of the things I wanted to do with that is to have a little bit more, is to have something similar here in terms of climactic scenes, but also have to introduce more complex combat mechanics, or what I'm calling action scenes. So climatic scenes here, it's pretty straightforward. So first of all, conflict, it's treated like any other event is what I put here. The GM passes the spotlight amongst you, giving each of you a scene where appropriate. If you're attacked, you roll to defend yourself. If you are the one doing the attacking, each success causes 1 trauma. If a foe is suffering trauma, you gain 1 advantage against them. Complication in conflict always results in 1 or more trauma, though additional effects may also be appropriate. So, pretty straightforward. It's basically saying in some sort of conflict, just pass. You just make rolls, and the spotlight changes according to who's got the focus. Climatic scenes. Some climatic moments in the story might call for more structure, where a single roll of the dice just won't be enough. In this case, each PC gets an opportunity to do their part, and the following structure is used to enact these scenes. And there's some steps here. Basically, the idea here is that the GM sets the stakes and says, what's at stake if you fail? Might be trauma, might be a story complication, something like that. Magnitude is how many successes are required. It's like the target number, if you will. How many successes are required to overcome the challenge? So that's total for everyone, for the entire party. So they know how many successes they need to overcome it. Then they come up with a plan, and the GM can disallow anything unreasonable, of course. Then they make a roll. They enact their plan. They act out their scenes in turn, and each success rolled counts towards the magnitude. And the final outcome is you compare the total number of successes against the magnitude. PCs can buy additional successes by taking trauma until the trauma is reached, otherwise they fail completely and the stakes are inflicted. Now, Tales from the Loop and Things from the Flood has a little bit more crunch in there than this. On the outcome step, for example, if you get less than half of the required magnitude, then you fail. That's it. You fail. The stakes are met, and whatever was said was going to happen is going to happen. If you've got more than half of the magnitude, then you can buy the additional successes by taking trauma. And I would probably, I actually quite like this system here because of how I've just today changed how trauma is going to work. It makes it really cool. It makes it really interesting. And that is, you basically, anytime you lose either vitality or you lose stability, you roll your remaining whatever's left. Every time it's deducted. So you deduct, someone's hit you for 2 damage. Your vitality gets deducted by 2. And then you roll the remaining pool. And if you can't succeed, if you don't succeed, you take a critical injury. Is it you take a critical injury or you're broken? I think it's you're broken. I'll have to. I'm still kind of debating this. I think I've actually gone with you take a critical injury. Let's just jump down here very quickly. No, you're broken. You're broken. I might change that to you take an injury, because that might be a little bit more interesting, and that might also be a little bit more in keeping with the Year Zero engine. I'll have to think about that. Yeah, I think because if you take one vitality damage, and you're like full vitality, and you fail your roll because you just rolled badly, I don't think being broken should be the default. Like you're just out. I think taking an injury works better in that case. Ooh. That means I'll need a second injury table. So basically the idea here is that if somebody's trying to inflict wounds on you, then you roll for an injury, which is basically a critical injury. If they are not trying to inflict a wound on you, so you're in like a fist fight or something like that, or someone's trying to subdue you, like beat you unconscious, to take you as a slave, to use a recent example from our Forbidden Lands campaign, there should probably be a critical injury table for non-lethal criticals. And I don't know, I'll probably call it like you take a... it'd be like blunt force trauma. I don't know how you would... I need a single cool word for that. Maybe you can help. So the idea being, something happens, you kind of get like a... If you roll well, then you just take you get like a cracked skull or something. Or black eye or something like that. To think about that for a second. Yeah, anyway. I'm mentioning all this because I think that could work really well in these climactic scenes. The climactic scenes with the outcome, basically what I would say here is you can buy your successes by taking trauma until it's reached, but after you've bought those successes, you have to narrate why you took that trauma, like what happened. So for example, if you are spending vitality, you're basically hurting yourself somehow to beat this, to overcome this conflict, and that could be you get in close enough to allow if it's an enemy, something like a monster or something, I don't know, whatever it happens to be, maybe they manage to attack you in a certain way. You got too close and they attacked you. But the idea is that you then roll after that's all happened. If you've taken any trauma, you then roll your vitality or your stability if you took any damage from them, either buying them or whatever. And that has the possibility of inflicting critical injuries, or in the case of traumas, I'm calling them torments, which is a critical, like a mental disorder. I'm trying to steer away from the term disorder because I think I want to focus more on the horror, and torment seems a bit more archaic. It seems a bit more medieval, and I just like the sound of it a bit better. Plus, the term disorder is an actual medical term, and I want to kind of steer away from that a little bit. Okay. Right. So that's the first thing I'm talking about here with climatic scenes. I'm going to implement something like that. In fact, I might just copy and paste that in there in a second. But first, I want to talk around the other type of scene, and the other type of scene is an action scene. And for an action scene, this is where you want to slow it down so it's round by round, kind of like a traditional role-playing game. And these are all different options that you can use. You could play an entire campaign by staying in this simple conflict, the narrative. Hey, Eric. By staying in this simple conflict zone. You don't ever have to use any of these other conflict frameworks. Or if you want to step it up for certain elements, you can choose to use climatic scenes. And they would just be for climactic moments in the story, and that's it. And just use those, and you'd be happy. But I want to add this extra layer of something more traditional, where you have round by round, where you want to slow it right down, and you want the action to be blow by blow. So more like a traditional role-playing game. And for that, I'm going for what I'm calling action scenes. Action scenes, not combat, because I want this to include two things: combat and chases. And I want them to be written in a way that they can happen simultaneously. They can go from one to the other without changing the flow of what's happening. Yeah. So that's the challenge. Yeah, I've got some ideas around it. I'm going to be fleshing it out live, so we'll see how we get on. So, to start off with, I guess the first thing to say here is to talk about lenses. So, and to basically say what I've just said, which is effectively you can use any of these as appropriate. You can do an entire campaign using just one or just two. You don't have to use all of them, but the rules are there to try and feed into them a little bit. And what I really like about in fact, I'll probably tie in a little bit of examples for all three types. Well, not the final one. The action scenes are going to be really detailed, so I don't need to worry about including stuff in there, guidance in there for trauma. But I think it's important to include some rules around trauma for simple conflict and climatic scenes. So I'm going to do that. But first, I'm going to give some guidance here about just to say you can use these. There's going to be three different lenses for conflict, and you can use whichever one you feel is appropriate. Don't feel like you need to use all of them all the time. So, I want to get through this fairly quickly, and I am going to be doing a lot of rules massaging, so I'm not going to be too worried about the terminology just yet. I'm going to have to do a lot of wordsmithing anyway. So this is more just to prompt me that I need to add some text in here later. So this is basically what I'm going to say here is there are three lenses. Lenses is a word from another thing. I'm not sure that's a general RPG term yet. There are three different ways to handle conflict in Pitchfork. Each focusing on a different level of complexity. There is no right or wrong way to handle there is no prescribed procedure. God, terminology here. And the term procedure is so dry as well. Feel free to use whichever of these feels natural to you during the game. If you only use simple conflict for an entire campaign, that's great. Just know that there are different layers of complexity. Should you want to should you want to focus in and spend a little time on, just know that there are different layers. Okay. If you only use simple conflict for an entire campaign, that's great. Just know that there are some more complex tools available should you need them. Okay, so simple conflict. Not every okay, I'm gonna actually kind of copy from Year Zero Mini because I like the wording here, and this is exactly what I want. It's also concise. I'm gonna stick it in here underneath. What do I need here? I need to mention trauma, doom. That's it. Complications, trauma, doom. Okay. Not every conflict needs a long, drawn-out. Needs to be a long, drawn-out affair. If a conflict it can be treated like any other event. The GM passes the spotlight amongst you. Ooh, the verb tenses are changing a bit. That's fine. The GM passes the spotlight amongst you, giving each of you a scene where appropriate. If you are attacked, Roll to defend yourself using acrobatics to dodge or a melee skill to parry. They both have the word melee in them? I think they do. Martial combat. No. I need to change the name of that to something else. Basic melee and... whatever. Or... or a fighting skill? Or one of the hand-to-hand fighting skills to parry. Basic melee or martial combat. Okay, let's see how that reads. If you're attacked, roll to defend yourself using basic melee, martial combat, or acrobatics. An opposed... Roll to defend yourself in an opposed roll. An opposed roll is made where in an attack, in combat, an opposed roll is made Oh god, how am I? It's getting complicated. I need to think about how NPCs are statted up, because NPCs are not going to be set up with the usual, stats. NPCs are going to have an ability that ties into the weapon they have, and it might even just be called something like Swordsman 4 or something if they have a sword. So it basically just tells you anytime they're using a sword, you roll 4 dice. You don't need to think about anything more than that, or and if they need any knowledge relating to swords play, they have 4 dice. You're basically going to be distilling them down into like narrative traits that are going to be given a value, which is how many dice are rolled. I'm probably going to give them some sort of a defensive value as well, possibly. I need to think about how I'm going to do this. It might work to just give them an attack value and a defense value, everybody. I haven't thought about that yet. So NPCs could have 2 values, like an attack value and a defense value, plus a number of traits which come into play for other reasons. They would have a career. Careers, remember, are handled with a pip system. So if your career comes into play, you'll have either a rank 1, 2, or 3 in any career, and that spells the number of pips that you can add to your dice roll to get multiple successes, or to bump a failure up to a single success. So if the example is if you have a 6 and a 4, and then a lot of lower dice in your pool, but you're rolling against it's a career is relevant and you have a rank 2 in that career, then you could spend the 2 pips to bump that 4 up to a 6. You're adding 2 pips to the dice to bring that 4 up to a 6, and therefore you would then have rolled 2 6s. Anyway, I want careers to be on the NPCs as well, or at least an option. So if GMs want to do that, they can do that. If they forget to do it, that's also fine. But again, that will only be for human NPCs. Monsters won't really work like that. Anyway, I need to think about this before I kind of spell out how the rules work here in combat. In combat, an opposed roll is made. The attacker uses their relevant martial skill. Uses a relevant skill to the weapon they are using. And the defender can either roll acrobatics to dodge or roll basic melee or martial combat to parry. That's pretty sparse. The attacker uses a relevant skill for the weapon they are using. For the weapon they are use. For their equipped. It's fine. I don't like the wording there, but that's fine. The attacker uses a relevant skill for their equipped weapon, and the defender can either roll acrobatics to dodge, or roll basic melee or martial combat to parry. Each success from the attacker causes 1 point of vitality loss. Each success from the attacker, causes 1 point of vitality loss. Reduce. The defender reduces their vitality and then immediately makes an injury roll. I'm going to call this an injury roll because I quite like. If a foe is already suffering trauma, the attacker gains +1 dice advantage against them. In fact, I'm not going to say it like that. I'm going to say if it's already injured. So if you have an injury, because the vitality loss is just like you're getting more and more worn out, your stamina is decreasing, etc. That isn't necessarily going to mean the advantage is gained against you, because that's going to happen fairly quickly in this game. What I want to happen here is that an injury is caused. And I think for NPCs, I'm going to handle this very similarly. They'll have a number of injuries that they can have. The number of injuries is going to relate to how good of an enemy they are. So, simple commoners are going to have like 1 injury box. More significant characters would have 2, and very epic characters might have 3 injuries. And that would mean to break them, they'll also have a vitality pool. So the idea being the normal rules apply. In fact, maybe I'll just simplify the whole thing and take out injuries for most common folk. So they have to make a vitality roll every time you roll against them. And if they fail, then they're broken. They're out. So you can take them down fairly quickly. Then I don't want these common folk that you're playing to feel like combat machines because you've mowed through a bunch of angry villagers from the next village over who are coming to try and steal your crops or something. Know what I mean? And that could be the case where there's different rules for you as a hero and different rules for them. There will be different rules anyway, or there are different stats, but maybe I should keep them relatively lined up. Um, so yeah, maybe an injury. Injury is a state. There's one injury, and then if there's a second injury, then they're out. Or if their vitality is reduced to 0, then they're out. And basically, if your foe is then injured, if you cause an injury on them, I wouldn't actually narrate exactly for NPCs. They wouldn't roll on an injury table. You basically just would tick a box that, like, on their stat sheet, there'd be like injured with a check boxes next to them, and you just tick it. If they're injured, you put a tick in there, and when all the ticks are filled, and they take another injury, then they're out. If their vitality goes down to 0, they're out. So I think that's possibly the way to handle it. Apologies for my hair; it is ridiculous, I know. I fancy just having it down to see how long it is. Hey, Simon. Yeah. So anyway, kind of jumping between how I'm going to set up NPCs now. But I think that's how I'm going to do it. I think injury is an important thing to have. I don't want people to go down too easily. Yeah. So if the foe is already injured, you gain 1d advantage against them. So that's pretty straightforward. This bit here is pretty straightforward, right? If you're attacking them and you get a hit in on them, they reduce their vitality and they immediately make an injury roll. If the defender's vitality reduces to 0, they are broken. And also roll, and also make an injury roll. I'll just say they are broken in brackets, which also requires an injury roll. If the defender is parrying, if the defender is armed and parrying and wins the opposed roll, the attacker likewise suffers 1 point of vitality loss for each. The attacker likewise suffers 1 point of vitality loss for each success rolled. For each success rolled over this is where it gets complicated. Rolled over the it's an opposed roll. So the idea here is that you're both rolling. Successes cancel each other out. Yeah. So it's any leftover successes. For each success rolled... Hey, Wolfclaw. Welcome. Attila, broken in this case does mean... I've actually written it down here under trauma. If you fail, you are broken. If the attacker was trying to inflict wounds, roll for an injury. Otherwise, you are knocked senseless. Yeah. Oh, I did Tavern Talk. I forgot to update the stream information. Let me go in and fix that very quickly because that's yeah. I'm doing a Pitchfork. I'm doing a Pitchfork dev diary. I've got some stuff here. Give me a second here. Conflict. I'm doing conflict mechanics. I've got everything lined up nice in advance, and I thought, oh, I can relax a little bit, but then I forgot to do my stream stuff. Focusing on conflict mechanics. Update information. Let's see if that's carried through here. Twitch. Pause. I don't want to run that. That's going to be trippy. How do I do that again? It's over here, I think. Edit. Oh, it's done it automatically. Yay! Okay. Conflict mechanics. Cool. Okay. Okay. Awesome. Thanks. Yeah. We were going to be running it, I think, next week, but we're going to have to delay it a couple of weeks. Well, watch the space anyway. Yeah, I'm enjoying it too a lot. It's really good. Cool. Where was I? Trauma. Broken. Broken means passed out. I need to put a little bit of text around here what broken means. Basically, if it's vitality loss and it goes to 0, broken means that you're unconscious. You are left cheating here a little bit. I like Vazen's text for this, so I'm gonna summon Vazen or Vasen. Search. Conflict and injuries. Injuries. Right here. Broken. Wolfclaw. Bok Mumrick or Bok Mumrick is Simon in our Vazen or Vazen campaign, Fasten campaign, and Ibram, who's also in chat, is our GM. So yeah, you've got 3 of the 5 Vasen team in chat at the moment. Well, if you include me in chat. Right, broken. When you've checked off all physical, blah 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 blah. This means you're in cat. So I think the idea here is that I need to have a section here on being broken. You are either knocked, unconscious. In fact, I got another idea here. What if I was to use... Thanks, Firefox browser. What if I was to use... Got it saved here. Year 0 engine OGL. Bam, bam, bam. There we go. I'm going to bring up the OGL. I'm going to use the text from the OGL about being broken. That seems like the sensible thing to do. Broken. Okay, let's put this in here then. Oh, yeah. All right. Oh, for fuck's sake. Normal text, please. Thank you. Broken. It changes from trauma to damage. Because I actually think I might call trauma. I might use the term trauma somewhere else. So, you broken, see below. Alien's a cool game. I might be playing Alien in a new home group starting sometime in the near future, which I'm quite excited about. I haven't had a home group. I've moved to Germany 3.5 years ago. I've tried 2 different local groups, and one we stuck around for about a year. I was the GM, but the group just didn't really gel very well. And the second group was a group that was only playing Das Schwarze Auge, which is the Dark Eye in English, which is a very popular game here in Germany. It's the most popular game in Germany. And I just didn't like it. I didn't like it mechanically. I didn't like the setting. So, yeah, kind of bombed. And then I've basically just met a week or 2 ago somebody on Discord who's a fan of, I think of Mud and Blood, although I think he's also a fan of the show too. But anyway, and he's a Welsh guy living in Germany, not about an hour's drive from where I live, and he's starting an Alien campaign. Yeah, sometime in the next month or so, and it's going to be a live face-to-face one, which will be interesting with COVID-19 because at the moment restrictions have really been loosened here, but there have been a number of cases starting up, and I wouldn't be surprised if we go into full lockdown in the next sort of month. So we'll see what happens there. But he's going to be starting a new Alien campaign, and he's invited me to join his home group. So we'll see how that goes. It'll only be once a month, so the hour drive each way would probably be worth thinking about. I actually have played in Chariot of the Gods as well, so I'm familiar with the game. I've actually played it just a little bit, and I do really enjoy it. So I'm quite looking forward to the opportunity to not only play Alien, but to have an actual gaming group where I'm not the one GMing, because GMing takes a lot of energy from me, and I just don't have the time to do it. But where I could actually play, and not just play any game, I'd be able to play a Year Zero game, which to me is like icing on the cake. So, yeah, I'm really excited. Hence, I'm gushing a little bit. Anyway, cool. Homebrew's cool. Go ahead and chat. Tell us a little bit about Hunter's Feast, because that sounds kind of interesting. Sci-fi? Is it? Yeah, what is it exactly? Okay. While you're typing that out in chat, I'm going to continue with my text. So Broken, when either your vitality or stability reaches 0, you are broken. This means that you are put out of action in one way or another. Exactly what it means to be broken depends on which what am I calling these? Am I calling them attributes? No. Which trait? What are they? It's an interesting question here. What do I refer to them as? Trauma things. Traits, I've called them. I'm going to stick with trauma. I like trauma. Which trait has been depleted? Boom. We're going to call this one Vitality. You're knocked senseless. Yes, you are. Roll for a physical. Roll for an injury. Simple conflict. Roll for an injury. You're knocked senseless. Roll for an injury. If you're not dead, you can only crawl and mumble through the pain. You can't perform any other actions, and you can't roll for any skills. Perfect. Agility is more or less the same thing, so we'll get rid of that. Wits is stability. You're paralyzed. You're paralyzed. Oh, with a Z there. Come on. British spelling. Thank you. You're paralyzed by fear or confusion. By fear. Confusion. despair, or shame. Roll for a torment. Roll for a torment. We're not going to mention that. If you remain conscious, you can run to a safe place, but you can't perform any other actions and you can't roll for any skills. See, this is where the empathy and the wits ones kind of work together quite well. This is what I've said here. If you lost stability due to something terrifying, roll for a torment. Otherwise, you are overcome with... Yeah. If you lost stability due to something terrifying, roll for a torment. Otherwise, you are overcome with stress and must try to withdraw from the presence of others in confusion, shame, or hopelessness. Okay, hold on. Otherwise, you are overcome with... otherwise... I've already mentioned this here. You're paralyzed, blah, blah, blah. Otherwise... I'm going to change this to... You break down in fear, confusion, despair, shame. Otherwise, you are overcome with... Otherwise, you... Okay. If you lost stability due to something terrifying, you are paralyzed with fear and must roll for a torment. Otherwise, you are... Otherwise, you must either explode in a violent outburst, kicking and breaking everything around you, or withdraw from everyone around with you. In either case, you're uncommunicative. Yep, that's what I'm going with. Otherwise, you... You must either explode in a violent outburst, or withdraw from everyone around you. In either case, you're uncommunicative until you've recovered a point of stability. Et voila. More damage. More trauma. You can't go below 0 in any... Your vitality and stability can't go below 0. If you suffer any further damage, any further trauma, while broken, you suffer another injury or torment. Wolfclaw. In Hunter's Feast, the PCs are hunters, as in humans who hunt animals, not predators, who are hired to capture an elusive and rare animal located on planet GL920 that PCs have to capture alive. Ah, okay. So it's Alien Universe, but it is a different kind of group concept. That's cool. I really like that. And we're talking about animals. You're talking about aliens, actually. Cool. Alien hunters. More trauma. Coup de grace, I've already talked around. The text here might be a little bit more interesting, so let me just copy this up here. An opponent who has lost... An opponent who is broken is defenseless. If it's an intelligent being, and you want to give them a coup de grace to kill them outright, you must fail an insight roll. Even if the roll fails, you suffer 1 point of damage. You suffer 1 point of... I'm trying to use the same terminology here, apologies. You suffer 1 point of stability loss. Killing a cold blood is not as easy as you might think. I'm not using talents, so we'll get rid of that little blurb at the end there. The GM gains 1 point of doom. When you say there's something inside the animal that surprises you, do you mean like expensive animal parts, like Monster Hunter? Or do you mean that the animal is not as easy to kill as you might think? Or both? Okay. Back to this. Back to the wheel. Recovery. Critical injuries. Okay, recovery comes next. I'm kind of interested in how freely lay this out in the OGL, because I think I might try and follow suit. The trauma. I've got trauma leading into broken, which is how they've done it, more or less. They mentioned armor. I should probably mention armor, because you would be able to have armor in a fantasy setting, although commoners really wouldn't have a lot of access. Maybe there'd be a leather apron for a blacksmith, which might give 1 point of armor. Otherwise, can't think. Let me just look at my careers again. I can't think of any. Right here on the left, there's a big list of my careers. Starting with boatman, going down to woodcutter. Yep, just a smith with a leather apron. Is a leather apron gonna be 1 point of armor during a combat if it's just covering your stomach, basically? Probably not. So I can probably ignore armor for the most part. I can mention armor briefly, but then also make the statement of saying it's unlikely in Pitchfork that any characters would have armor. Armor is probably only going to really apply maybe in the criminal expansion I'll be doing, and certainly in the martial expansion where you'll be focused on a mercenary company. But yeah. So, trauma. I don't want to call it damage, I want to keep calling it trauma. I think I'm happy with how this is worded. I would just get rid of this bit here with what happens when you're broken, because it's repeating what I've already written down below. It's literally the next section. So we say, if you fail, you are broken, see below. If you fail, you are broken, see below. If you fail, you are broken. If your vitality is reduced to 0, you are broken. Vitality is not just a measure of your physical health, but also your stamina and toughness. This gets rolled like a skill whenever feats of endurance are required. Anytime you lose vitality by taking damage, reduce its value by the amount of incoming damage, and then roll the new value. If you fail, you're broken. I feel like I need to remove this bit here because that'll come up with the other bit. Like, this gets rolled as a normal skill, blah 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 blah. And in the section on skills, and we talk about skill tests, I'm going to say here about rolling Rolling traits. Yeah, this is meant to be a historical setting as well. I agree with leather armor, especially studded leather armor, which never ever existed. Yeah, I'm with you. It's hard for me to think about how you would. Yeah, certainly not for common folk. Blacksmiths would have a leather apron, right? But if they're in a fight, that's not covering. As I said, it's got a strap around their neck. It's not covering anything else. So, yeah. The only problem with that is that it's kind of a trope, and I think I will be adding it in anyway, even though I hear you, Simon. It's not necessarily super realistic. Yeah, and then it depends on what level of detail I want to go down in this, because I'm trying to keep this relatively rules light. And I haven't thought about how I want to do equipment yet, because I'm thinking I want to keep equipment really really narrative and light, and just say, rather than having a big shopping list of equipment, it's basically a case of simple improvised farm tools will do 1 point of damage as a base. If it's a weapon that can do more damage, like a dagger or something along those lines, so something that is capable of doing damage and isn't necessarily designed for war, it will do 2 damage. And if it's something that's specifically designed to fuck people up, I have to think about how this. Or maybe I could say if it's a one-handed, if it's a weapon that you can hold in one hand, which is designed to kill people, it does 2 damage. And if it's two-handed, it does 3 damage. But then it makes all the pole arms. Yeah. Then pole arms are really deadly. I've got a big stick. Look, I cut a tree branch off. Look how big it is. I have a pitchfork. It's not designed for war, but yeah. And then it becomes the argument of what's the difference between a trident and a pitchfork? If a trident is theoretically used by some armies, or a trident in the hands of an experienced soldier who's used to using halberds and things, they could probably be quite deadly with a pitchfork, because they're trained in how to use pole arms. Bleh. Yeah. For commoners, padded armor. If they have padded armor, which they won't. Padded armor is not just clothes; it is thickly padded gambesons and things like that, which these people won't have. I mean, looking at the list of skills, like they're going to be wearing, if it's winter time outside, and they're outdoors, sure, they might have a few more layers on, but for the purposes of simplicity, we're not going to count it as any kind of armor. I want armor to be fairly. I don't want to have really granular levels of armor where it has to go down to 1 point for simple things like clothing, and it goes up to 8 points of armor for breastplates, that sort of thing. So yeah. Simon, your sentences aren't finishing. I don't know about. I don't want to have that level. I don't want to go down to the level of having padded armor. I think if people want to add that to this game, it's not going to break anything. In fact, what it would do is it would reduce the lethality a tiny bit, which I guess could be a good thing. I can certainly put it in as an option. So yeah, let's see. Yeah, so rolling traits, I need to mention here vitality and stability. So the skills is a heading 2. This is going to be a heading 3. Advanced skills, rolling traits. I mean, if we look at how armor is handled in the OGL, right? Is there an equipment section in here? I didn't think I saw one. I mean, I'm kind of curious to see what Coriolis does for armor. Because I think it also does armor. God, there's a lot of little oh, I got the window open. Give me a sec. Anyway, I'll come back to armor. I don't want to go down that rabbit hole right now. Conflict and action. Okay. So I've talked about trauma, I've talked about being broken, I've talked about getting more trauma, coup de grace, and recovery. Fine. Okay, so we know now what happens when you get broken, etc., when you lose vitality, etc. If the defender's vitality reduces to 0, they are broken. Fine. Yes. Lovely. Good. If the defender... Why am I capitalizing? I'm not German. Why am I capitalizing everything? I'm capitalizing things that are character traits or character elements rather than every proper noun. Skills, for example, acrobatics is capitalized. Basic melee and martial combat are skills. I might follow suit, not sweet. Jesus. And capitalize these like they do in some of the Year Zero Engine books to make them stand out a bit more. But I find that might result in a lot of like every time I'm mentioning vitality, do I capitalize it? Do I make it bold? No, I think by just having it as a... Oh, interesting. My undo's not working. Did I do that often? Interesting. What is the base that you were using for writing rules for your setting? It's the Year Zero engine with a huge amount of tweaks to it based on Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay, essentially, mainly. This is my eighth dev diary. So I don't want to go right back to the beginning and talk about it, but if I flash this up for a second here, you can pause the screen very quickly to read it. So if you click on that and read it, that should tell you... Oh, in fact, hold on. Here's a rules overview. Let me leave that for you. It's on 2 pages. Witchcraft is at the bottom. We can ignore... There's going to be witchcraft rules in it for... yeah. But if you pause the screen... Wolfclaw, pause the screen here. This gives you a rule summary of what I've done. Okay, let's go back down. In a nutshell, I have removed attributes, so it's skills only, and I have 24 skills in the game currently. That number could change before the end, but that's what I'm happy with the list as it is. If I scroll up, for example, here to the skill list, there you can see them there. They're separated into general skills and advanced skills. Advanced skills, you need at least 1 point in to be able to use them, otherwise you can't roll for them. Yeah, so for example, if you don't know how to shoot a bow, you're not going to be able to shoot the bow. If you don't know how to swim, you're not going to be able to swim. Likewise, if you don't know the basics of how to survive in the wild, you're not going to be able to do it. Is it the 9th? I don't know. I think 8th or 9th. I think it's the 8th. 8th, I think. I can check that, because if I go here, I have numbered them. Podcast, 3 skulls, art. Pitchfork number 8 is conflict mechanics, so this is number 8. Number 8. Right. Where was I? Conflict. Simple conflict. Then I'm going to say here, simple combat as a subheader here. Because everyone wants to know how to do combat. Combat. In combat, an opposed roll is made. So in combat, in simple combat, anytime an attack is made, make make an opposed roll. Make an opposed roll. The attacker uses a relevant skill for their equipped weapon, and the defender can either roll acrobatics to dodge or roll basic, or roll again, or basic melee, or it's not like a seal, or basic melee stroke martial combat to parry. Each success from the attacker causes 1 point of vitality loss. Yes. Each uncancelled success, there we go, from the attacker causes one. Oh my god, it's so hot in here. Oh, fucking hell. Right. I don't care about flies and all sorts of shit coming in through the window because it's pitch black outside. It is too hot. August in the Northern Hemisphere. Where was I? Each uncancelled success from the attacker causes 1 point of vitality loss. Yes. The defender reduces their vitality and then immediately rolls for an injury. If the defender's vitality reduces to 0, they are broken, which also requires an injury roll. Okay. If the defender is armed and parrying and wins the opposed roll, the attacker likewise suffers 1 point of vitality loss for each uncancelled success rolled. I'm trying to think of edge cases here. You're defending. The attacker rolls. You both roll. The attacker, whatever. Could be you, could be an NPC. The defender is armed and they're parrying with a skill. They roll 1 success. The attacker rolls 1 success. That means that it's a tie. So if the attacker rolls 2 successes and the defender rolls 1 success, then that means the attacker has 1 uncancelled success over. That means they inflict weapon damage. I should say that. Each uncancelled success from the attacker causes weapon damage. And then in brackets, weapon damage to vitality. Plus 1 point, plus 1 extra damage. Point of damage. Oh, it's wordy. Per extra success. Over the first. Oh my god, it's wordy. Example here, please. If the defender is armed and parrying and wins the opposed roll, the attacker likewise suffers. I like that defending isn't as deadly as attacking. You're parrying, you're not trying to necessarily injure. I might change this with the mercenary expansion, but for commoners, they're not necessarily trained fighters. So the parrying is going to be less deadly. So I'm happy to keep it like this. I'll say here in brackets, weapon damage is not inflicted on a successful parry. Note that weapon damage is not inflicted on a successful parry. That means if for some reason there's a sword lying around and a commoner picks up the sword and starts, parrying, I don't know, a guard with it, and they win their parry roll for some reason. I mean, a sword would be a martial combat weapon, so that wouldn't be the case. They use their pitchfork, and they're defending themselves with their pitchfork. They're parrying, they're defending themselves, but they're not, like, I guess in that case, it doesn't really matter because weapon damage... Well, no, if they pick up a sword, right? Can they use the sword? God. I think I need to put some text around improvised weapons, which includes things like... Yeah, I'm going to have to put this in here. I'm going to have to put this in here under conflict. Improvised weapons. Includes martial combat weapons. Which are used untrained. So the idea here would be if you're picking up a sword and you're not trained in how to use it, you don't have any points in martial combat, you can use it as an improvised weapon, which would just be 1 point of damage. So it's basically... I mean, I can basically say you do weapon damage because you're not going to do... That makes it confusing, though, because a fucking martial weapon does 2 weapon damage. Ah! But I think I like the point of parrying being like this, so we'll leave it for now. Wolfclaw, where from Germany are you? I live in Niedersachsen. If you don't know where that is, then that's basically northwestern Germany. I live about an hour west of Hanover and about an hour south of Bremen. So if you connect those 2 lines, you can roughly find where I live. Yeah. Out in the countryside. Gonna eat me a lot of peaches. I'm not German. I'm married to a German. That's why I live out here. I'm English, British, whatever. I was born in the US. That's why I have a weird accent. Anyway. So, on a tie. On a tie. Yeah, Simon. I know. It's not far. But it's surprising that how close it is. And yet how expensive flights are to you Nordics. Yeah. Unfortunately. I would love to either fly to Stockholm, fly to Helsinki, but it ain't cheap. It ain't cheap. No. I'm about a 6-hour drive from the Danish border, I think. I would look it up on Google, but then I'd have to plug in my actual address to find out, and that's exposing a little bit too much personal data that I'm comfortable with on something that's going to be streamed or broadcast live for the entire world to see. So, if they wanted to. Anyway. So yeah. Driving is what we would probably do. We've been talking about driving to Sweden. And it's a long trip. Because you got to drive through Denmark. First, you got to drive through Germany, which is like 5-6 hours. Then you got to drive through Denmark, which is 5 or 6 hours. Then you get into Sweden. You're at the very tip of Sweden, the southern tip of Sweden. And I would want to go to Stockholm. My wife has rowed to a quite high level in the UK. She loves water. She loves ferries. And part of selling her on a trip to Sweden is Stockholm being a city with like 13 islands or something, lots of ferries and shit. So she was like, okay, yeah, I'll go. So we gotta go to Stockholm. There's a lot of people I want to meet there too. So Stockholm, yeah, and that's another long drive from basically when you get over the bridge from Denmark. So, or the ferry, depending on, is there a bridge? I think there's a bridge that connects Sweden to Denmark. Anyway, it's a long drive, especially like a 5-year-old in the car. Nice little rabbit hole to fall down. Yeah, ferries. Ferries are cool. We like ferries. I don't mind taking ferry. But again, a ferry's expensive. This is like cost on cost on cost on cost. Anyway, I'll stop moaning now. What was I? On a tie. On a combat tie. On simple combat. This is simple combat. And look, I'm already putting in like a whole page of combat rules. I need to simplify this. In simple combat, anytime an attack is made, make an opposed roll. The attacker uses a relevant skill for their equipped weapon, and the defender can either roll acrobatics to dodge or basic melee martial combat to parry. Each uncancelled success from the attacker. I mean, this is... I don't think... see how I can simplify this more. The defender reduces their vitality and then immediately rolls for an injury. I mean, if you're reading this for the first time, you're not no idea what that means. How do I roll for an injury? You're going to say, wait, what? I reduce my vitality and then I have to roll for an injury? Where's the injury? You're going to look for a critical injury table and be like, okay, as soon as I lose any vitality, even 1 point of vitality, I'm rolling for an injury. No, you don't. That's because I'm not very clear here. The defender reduces their vitality and then immediately rolls their new vitality value to see if an injury is inflicted. And we'll make that bold. If the defender's vitality reduces to 0, they are broken, which also requires an injury roll. Cool. That's clear. Clear as mud. If the defender is armed and parrying and wins the opposed roll, the attacker likewise suffers 1 point of vitality loss for each uncancelled success. Note that weapon damage is not inflicted on a successful parry. I'm just leaving it there. On a tie, if the opposed roll results in a tie, how do I handle this without there being whiff? The temptation here is to say on a tie, both sides lose a point of vitality. And no injury roll is made. So it just reduces and you don't roll anything. It basically chips away at things. So it's basically saying as soon as you're involved in fighting with somebody, your stamina is going to start reducing every single time and something's going to happen. So it could be a battle of attrition where whoever has the most vitality is going to win. Likely the case, but also better weapons will definitely come into play here. Because you'll be doing more. If you're attacking, you're going to do a lot more damage on a successful attack. The more skill you have, you're going to be... It's always an opposed roll, and you're always going to be using your like weapon skill. So the more skilled you are at weapons, the more likely it is that you're going to be winning every opposed roll. So if you're fighting against commoners, for example, you should be expected to just basically cut them down. But there's still always the chance that they will be able to parry your blow and inflict some damage to you. And if you're not lucky, the dice aren't in your favor, then yeah, you could roll no successes on your attack. They roll success on their parry, and you have to reduce your vitality by 1 point. Let's say just even 1 point, and then see if they injured you, and then you basically are rolling your vitality pool. So even if you have, like, say, 8 vitality after they've injured you 1 point, you roll your 8 dice, none of them come up as success, you suffer an injury. You roll for an injury, and you roll high. You roll a 66. In theory, you could be killed in one shot by a commoner, but the odds are stacked quite... Like, you'd have to be failing really badly. They'd have to be rolling really well, but it would be possible. And I kind of like that. I like that the odds are in the favor of the person with more skill and better equipment. But it doesn't change the fact that at any point you could be killed by a commoner with a pitchfork. And I like the layers of complexity, the layers of rolls that are required to make that happen. Yeah. Whereas with something like Forbidden Lands or Coriolis, the only time a critical injury... No, not Coriolis, sorry. Forbidden Lands or Vaesen or Alien... The only time you're rolling for a critical injury is when your pool of health, to use that term, is depleted. It goes to 0. So we'll see how this plays out in playtesting. But I kind of like this idea here. So if the opposed roll results in a tie, both sides lose 1 vitality. But do not need to make a vitality roll. But do not need to roll vitality, there we go, to see if an injury is inflicted. And I'm going to take out this 1d advantage. I think it's deadly enough without that. Complications and conflict. That can come out because I've just basically written all that about conflict. Okay, simple conflict. Not every conflict needs to be a long, drawn-out affair. It can be treated like any other event. The GM passes the spotlight amongst you, giving each of you a scene where appropriate. Failing. If rolls are made and if rolls are made and failed, there should always be a consequence. Thank you, autocorrect. I haven't mentioned Doom. That's fine, I'll mention somewhere else. Oh my god, there are lots of little flies on the ceiling. Let's have my window open. I need the air though. Holy shit. They're probably in this nest I've got here as well. Any flies? Did any flies come out? Sweat it out for the last half hour. Alright. If rolls are made and failed, there should always be a consequence. I'm fiddling with my hair. If rolls are made and fail, there should always be a consequence. Yep. In combat, this is vitality loss. Should always be vitality loss. Okay. Simple combat is done. That's the straightforward thing. This is basically blows. It's just do opposed rolls, and this is how it works, right? Straightforward. Climatic scenes is a little bit more, yeah, a little bit more interesting. Climatic scenes I'm borrowing from Year Zero Mini. What was the woe about, Wolfclaw? Just out of curiosity. We don't know yet. We don't know yet. We're trying to figure out when we're going to be playing Vaesen next. I can see what we've been talking about, though. Possibly on the 30th of August, which is 3 weeks from Sunday. Possibly. It gets complicated because Eric, our GM, is on holiday, and it's going to be in a rented house, which should have Wi-Fi, but he has no idea what it's going to be like. So, cool. Be a good birthday present. Imagine that means you probably won't be able to watch, but you never know. Cool. Let's see, where was I? Climatic scenes. Some climatic moments in the story might call for more structure, where a single roll of the dice just won't be enough. In this case, each PC gets an opportunity to do their part, and the following structure is used to enact these climatic scenes. Ah, that's fine. I mean, if we hear kids, we hear kids. It's not a problem. How many kids? Personal question on stream. Ignore it. I'll ask you later. See, but I've kind of have the feeling here that this simple combat is not simple combat. Simple combat. Blah, blah, blah. You have two. Okay. For some reason I thought you only had one. I'm getting all of you mixed up. All of us with kids. Anyway, I should know. I should know that you have two. I apologize. What are the thoughts, people? Simple conflict. Simple conflict is basically you pass the spotlight. There should always be a combat. There should always be a consequence. In combat, there should be vitality loss. In combat, this should be handled by an opposed roll. And always, which always results in vitality loss. Oh, I got an idea here. If the attacker wins the opposed roll, they inflict weapon damage plus 1 point of vitality loss per extra success. If the defender is parrying, wins the opposed roll. They inflict one point of vitality loss per extra success. If the result is a tie, both sides lose vitality. 1 point of vitality, but do not roll. If the injury it just strikes me that role-playing game rules are full of like if and else statements. If you're familiar with computer programming, if this, then this, else this, if this, else this. Good night, Wolfclaw. Why do I need 3 different combat mechanics? I don't. It's a simple answer. I don't. Maybe I'm going about this the wrong way. And maybe I should just say with simple conflict, I'm trying to make a lighter version of Year Zero. I'm basically also trying to come up with some ways that, I mean, this is a good point. I want to try and simplify things. Maybe I'm going about it the wrong way. Maybe I'm just saying, maybe what I should say is, here's conflict, here's how conflict works. Boom, here are the rules. Here's how combat works, I should say. It's it's turn-based, round by round. And maybe I should do this a little bit more in a different structure. Maybe I should say for initiative is an optional thing. The best way to handle, or it's, yeah, maybe the best way to handle combat is narratively. And this is, and then just pass it over like that. Just change the scene by scene. Here's what happens, boom, 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 boom. Take turns. There's no need to track initiative. If you want to do initiative, then here is the initiative rule. Then here's how damage works. Here's how rolling works. Here's how the action economy works, etc. That might be a better approach. It is a better approach. I'm nearly to the end of my stream. I haven't even talked about chases yet. But thanks, Attila. That's a very good question. It's a very challenging question. And if I'm considering putting this amount of detail into how an opposed combat rule works, I'm basically at the simple conflict. That's basically what I do for everything. So maybe I should just scrap the whole thing and just say, this is how combat works. When you get into combat, it's an opposed role. This is how it works. If you need some structure around it and you don't want to do it narratively, here's an option for initiative. I think that might be the right thing to do here. You think about this before I start deleting everything. All this time writing this shit, and then I'm just gonna be like, delete. But it's fine. It's fine. It happens often. Conflict. I think we're going to do this. I think we're going to go with, I'll have a little bit here about simple conflict. Whoa. And just say, do it narratively. Whenever vitality or stability, whenever vitality or stability are reduced, the new total is rolled. And if that roll fails, an injury or torment is caused. And that's simple conflict. Combat. I'm gonna do climatic scenes next because it's not quite combat. I want combat to be its own section. So simple conflict, climactic scenes. Climactic scenes are not necessarily combat. They could be though. Some climactic moments in the story might call for more structure, where a single roll of the dice won't be enough. In this case, each PC gets an opportunity to do their part, and the following structure is used to enact these climactic scenes. Climactic scenes. First, you set the stakes. The GM explains what is at stake if you fail. Magnitude. The GM declares the magnitude, the number of successes needed to overcome the challenge, and let's give some examples as well because I have a section on this. here. Yep. All right. Happy with that. If the result is less than half of the required magnitude, PCs and must suffer the consequences as laid out in the stakes. If the result is over half of the magnitude, the PCs can buy additional successes by taking trauma until the magnitude is reached. Otherwise, they fail completely and the stakes are inflicted. Stakes are inflicted. I like that better. Sounds better. Any PCs who decide to buy trauma in this way must also roll. Also make a trauma. I'm gonna call this make a trauma roll to see if any injuries or torments are inflicted. It is quite possible to be broken by trauma whilst still overcoming the challenge. What's another way of saying winning? Any PCs who decide to buy trauma in this way must also make a trauma roll to see if any injuries or torments are inflicted. It is quite possible to be broken by trauma despite overcoming the challenge and achieving the required number of successes. It is quite possible for one or more PCs to be broken by trauma despite overcoming the challenge and achieving the required number of successes. Yeah, okay, I like that. That's climatic scenes. Yeah. Good, 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 good. Okay. Combat. Trauma roll. I've defined this now. I need to give it a section. Right. How does the Year Zero engine handle the start of combat? It's a big section. Combat and damage. Maps and zones. I kind of want to avoid this. I'm going to ignore this completely. Okay, I think I'm going to start with something called combat and say distance. Distance and range. This is where this gets difficult, because if you start talking about zones and range, you introduce something where you require actions to be had, where there's move and all sorts of stuff. And probably what I should be looking at for inspiration is the OSR for games that really handle light combat in a very, very light way. I've got Merkborg sitting right in front of me, and it's got one of the lightest OSR implementations I've ever seen. So I'm gonna open this up, and I'll have a quick look at the. There's no table of contents, so I've got to flick through until I find it. Got initiative. Talks about hit points. Talks about rounds. A round is enough time to make an attack or use a power and traverse a normal sized room. There are usually 10 rounds in a minute in this game. Okay, so 6-second rounds. Resting, reactions, morale, advancement. That is literally it in combat. So they don't even mention anything to do with range or anything like that. They do have ranged weapons. It just tells you what you test to attack with a ranged weapon. And that's it. It's just telling you on your turn you can move and you can make an attack or use a power. I mean, you don't get much simpler than that. I'm just gonna crack out one more really lightweight game. I've got Black Hack First Edition. I have this 17th Century Minimalist, which is a Wolfrup-ish inspired game. Let's look at the combat chapter. Combat. Initiative. To hit. Fighting back. Weapon damage. Damage and hit points. Distances. Near for melee weapons. Distant for ranged weapons. Far away. Only certain special ranged weapons work, like longbows or muskets. That's pretty straightforward. That's it. I'm going to talk about movement. Initiative in this game is Troika. So you put a dice in a bag. You add another die for the adversaries and one neutral die. The GM takes one of these in turn from the bag. The owner can perform his or her turn. All adversaries act when their die is pulled. If the neutral die is taken, the round ends and a new initiative bag is assembled. A turn, individual action within a round. A round starts when the first one is done. So it's just saying an individual action within a round. Okay. When combat takes place, all PCs and adversaries determine the order of combat. Then each of them may move and take one action in their turn within the round of combat. You move and you act. I mean, this is why I'm looking at other games rather than looking at Free League. Free League puts a lot of detail in. They add a lot of rules to things, and I don't want that level of to use the term crunch. I'm trying to make a rules light version of this game, and for that, I think there's certain things that don't necessarily need to be defined. People can just play them narratively, and I think range and distance is one of them. So, for the first thing here, I'm just going to say distance. And I'm going to take a cue from 17th Century Minimalist, and I'm just going to say try it, playtesting. Near, short, long. What do they call them here? Near, distant, and far away. What do they call them in Year Zero Engine? There's quite a few. Short, medium, long, extreme. Ah, that's very different. What do you call them in Vaesen? Vaesen. Anyone still there? It's been a little while. Any thoughts on range in a simple game? Zones and distances. Okay, it's just saying there's zones. And you can hit somebody in a zone next to you. I guess then ranged weapons. I have a bow, and I've used my bow, and I've forgotten how it works. Well, you're still there at least, Attila. Any thoughts on this? Okay, so it does tell you range. It has like a number in this. Because Vaesen has an actual combat thing. And you talk about zones. I mean, that might be it. That might be an easy way to handle this. I think there's a way to handle this. Right, I'm gonna copy and paste out of Vaesen, and I'll have to reword it later just to get it in, just get it down. Quite a few, actually, Attila. I'll look that up in just a second. Yeah, this is good. This is good. This is good. It's about the right level of detail I want as well. So we got combat as a heading number 2, and we're going to put under there distance and interesting zones. Okay. I'm going to say here, copied from so I don't forget. I've copied that and I need to change the wording on it. Okay, so I'm going to use Vaesen for distance in zones where I just talk about things like that. That's fine. So ranged weapons. Let's look at the careers then. We have. So I can basically, each career will have 4 key skills associated with them, which I'm going to probably be renaming to career skills. And if you have, so that basically means you're likely to have at least 1 skill in them. So of these, a fowler would. A fowler is somebody who hunts birds. So they would have, they would definitely have a ranged, basic ranged skill, and a ranged, like probably a sling or even a bow. A herder would have a sling. So they would use a sling to, if wolves are about to attack or something like that, they will use a sling to keep them at bay. Think of David and Goliath from the Bible, if you're familiar. David had a sling and he was a shepherd. So herder would have a sling. That's 2 out of 12. No, 24, I should say. That's it. 2 out of 24. So, yeah. Just under 10%. Not many. So 2 can use them. Saying that, everybody can use them because basic ranged, which is slings and thrown weapons and things like that, is a general skill that everyone will have at least 1 point in, and anyone can use. So anyone can pick up a rock and throw it at somebody. Anybody can use a sling. They just might, if they don't have any points in it, they might not be able to use it well. Only 1 career will have archery as an advanced skill that they can start putting points in, and that would be the fowler. The fowler would start off with a bow. So it's not a lot. It's not a lot of things that have bows, but it's certainly something, like anybody should be able to throw a rock. Anybody should be able to pick up something and throw it at another person, and basic ranged is that thing. So the other thing to think about here is that I want this, whatever I'm using for conflict here, for combat, I want it to be applicable across any of the expansions I create as well, with very, very little tweaking to be done. The only kind of tweaking I would want to do for this system is around the equipment, where I wouldn't be putting a lot of different types of weapons in for this. I would be focusing on rural tools, if that. And in the martial expansion, which will be about mercenaries, I would probably put a little bit more detail on martial weapons in that. Even the name of the martial expansion I'm playing around with is Arquebus, which is an old school rifle, a musket, a type of thing. It was on a stand. It was quite big. It was used in the 17th century by mercenaries, basically. The Landesknecht in Germany, they used arquebus, arquebuses, or arquebi, whatever you pronounce it. I'm not sure how you say it as a plural. But yeah, that's the name. The actual name of the supplement is a ranged weapon, so I may need to make sure I've been considering that. And zones are kind of important when you're using ranged weapons. So anyway, I'm going to go with zones and distance because that's a fairly simple way of handling it. And for a ranged weapon, I just need to say for range just how many zones you can, like what the maximum zone is that you could do. So it'd be like a sling would be. In fact, they probably have slings in Vaesen. I mean, I can use Vaesen as a good starting point to look at these sort of things. And just to close the circle here, there are no slings in Vaesen. It's too modern. A bow has a range of 0 to 2. A longbow has a range of 1 to 3. So I would say a sling has a range similar to a crossbow, 0 to 1. A pistol is 0 to 1. A spear is 0 to 1, like if you're throwing it. So that would make sense to me. A sling would be kind of, similar to a crossbow. To use it effectively, I guess. Or pistol. I mean, yeah. Anyway. Although a sling, I think a pistol and a crossbow could be used at zone 0, meaning you could use it in the same zone. I think a sling, if you're whipping a sling around, you could probably also hit somebody in the same zone, but I think it needs a little bit of distance because of how the swinging works. I'm not sure. It's not as simple as just standing there and kind of tracking somebody like that. It's kind of, you're kind of having to get I don't know. I think it'd be a little bit more difficult. I might need to speak to somebody who's actually used a sling before, before making that decision. And I wanted to include things like staff slings in here, which is a cool weapon that doesn't really get much RPG use. It's basically attaching a swinging sling, however you refer to those, to a staff. You can also use the staff as a weapon, but it has a sling on the end, and you can actually you have a bit more accuracy and a bit more range with a staff sling. So they're a bit more of a cooler weapon, and all you're attaching is a big long stick to the end. Anyway. Right. Combat, distance, interesting zones. What do they have in here then? Measuring time, rounds, turns, shifts, etc. Again, I'm going to look at 17th century minimalist as a good thing here. In fact, I'll just call it initiative. Initiative. How are we doing initiative? I've written this down. I have written this down. Where did I put it? Here. Pitchfork has standard. Oh, for fuck's sake. I'm losing the will here. 3 separate units of time are typically used in the Year Zero engine depending on the situation at hand. See the table below. The exact duration of a round, turn, and shift can vary depending on the situation. A shift. Interesting. 4 shifts in a day, morning, day, evening, and night. I'm not doing that, so that's fine. It'll be rounds and turns. All right, Eric. I am getting there. This is the last thing to get through combat. Once combat is done, the rest is, I mean, I can basically churn this out as a playtest for people to start playing around with. There's a few more things to finish, but this is the last massive hurdle. After that, it's mainly just scrubbing some of the sections and getting it out. So, yeah. Enjoy the empanadas, and thanks for watching, Eric. Combat is divided into 2 units of time. Turns and rounds. Turn and round. Turn. Individual actions. I'm referring to these in some of the other games. Actions in combat. Movement in combat. I'm going to look at Mothership, because Mothership is using a similar system that I want to use here. So role-playing mothership. Who goes first? Okay. Interesting. There's quite a lot of information on there. They're saying you can do 2 significant actions on your turn. You could attack twice on your turn, for example. I'm going to do the usual copy and paste. Shove it in there. The reason I'm looking at Mothership is because they're using a similar initiative system to what I want to use. All right. Got Mothership in here. I'm using this more for structure than anything else. So I've talked about combat, distance, interesting zones. This shouldn't be a level 3 header. This should be a level 4 header. Who goes first? So we're going to talk about initiative here. That's the main thing, I think. Initiative. Surprise is a good one. Surprise is often mentioned. I think it's mentioned in this as well. Drawing the initiative. Surprise. Let's look at Coriolis quickly. I know I'm over time by 15 minutes, but I'm on a bit of a roll here and I don't want to stop. So as long as I'm still wanting to keep going, I'm going to keep going. Combat. Yeah. Surprise. Check for surprise. Yeah, that's probably worth mentioning here. So they've got. If an enemy sneaks up on you, or you stumble into an ambush, if an enemy sneaks up on you or you stumble into an ambush, you must make a, I like this, stability check. As soon as they make themselves known. If you fail, you are caught by surprise and cannot act for the first round. Simple. Simple, simple, simple. So, this text is all, I'm going to highlight this because this is all from Mothership, and this is just for inspiration. I don't really want to copy any of that, so we're going to highlight it blue. That's way too bright, so we're going to highlight it a slightly lighter color of yellow, in fact. No, of reddy orange. There we go. Initiative. To determine turn order. During combat, the action is slowed down to focus on the action. Time is slowed down to focus on the action. To determine turn order, where's the stuff I've written? To determine turn order, roll initiative at the start of each round. If you succeed, you can you get to act before any NPCs, before any enemies, before your enemies. If you fail, you have to act after your enemies. To determine roll initiative, roll the relevant skill for initiative at the start of each round. See below. So we're not rolling stability. Stability is used in combat for not being surprised. Well, there could be an argument to it being in round 1. It's interesting, isn't it? Because I could just get rid of the entire surprise. Just completely remove surprise as a thing and just say in round 1 you roll awareness to keep a grip on things and act decisively. Otherwise you hesitate in fear, confusion, or doubt. That means if you aren't, exactly like I said before with stability, you would still get to act, but the enemies would go first. I think I prefer that because it's a tiny bit less deadly, and I think this is going to be pretty bloody deadly as it is. So we'll keep stability as always being in the first round, including if you're surprised. So we'll just strip surprise out of there. In round 2, you roll acrobatics to see how quickly you can react to your opponents. In rounds 3 and onwards, you roll vitality. Roll vitality, as only those guarding their health and stamina continue to be effective. If you succeed at your roll, you get to act before your enemies. If you fail, you have to act after. Now, there's an interesting thing here about I've just deleted from Mothership, which talks about if you critically succeed or you critically fail. I don't have critical fails in this game, but critical successes, like what happens if you get lots of successes. And I don't know if I want to approach that. I think I want to keep it simple for now. So, for example, if you roll, well, we could say if you roll more than one success on your initiative roll, you gain a +1 you gain a +1 modifier to any actions made during the round. I'll do. I don't want any of that. How long is a turn? Do I want to go through that? I guess it can be quite good to talk about time. Measuring time. It's a good header. What do they said here? Because it's nice and concise. Just copy that up there. In combat, time is slowed down to turns and rounds to focus on the action, which is what I've put down here with initiative. This is and is split into turns and rounds. A turn represents each A turn represents 5 to 10 seconds. Am I putting number on this? Kind of. A turn represents 5 to 10 seconds of real time. A turn represents 5 to 10 seconds of time. A turn is... On your turn, a round is the time it takes for everyone to... I've just repeated exactly what's said in Mothership. To take a turn, which is plagiarism because it's right there. A round represents... I'm sure one of the Year Zero games has worded this in a way that I can slightly massage rather than... It's just the... in fact, I didn't do anything here for Year Zero Mini. How does this handle it? Initiative. It's funny how there's the term turn isn't really used, it seems, in Forbidden Lands, which is kind of interesting. In Coriolis, Coriolis uses action points. Yeah. Although there is a thing of there's a time thing. 1 turn of combat is approximately 10 to 20 seconds long, it says. I think that's a better gauge of how long it should take. Initiative. I mean, it's all under initiative. I think that's a better way of doing it than what we've got here. One turn of combat is approximately 10 to 20 seconds long, and a round represents the time required interesting that Coriolis only appears to use one thing called a turn. There's nothing to do with rounds. Turn order, it's called. 1 turn of combat is approximately 10 splendid turns. I like the term round. I call me traditional. I'm just used to playing Dungeons and Dragons a lot with my home group when I got back into role playing, and we used to sing this little top of the round at the top of every round, and we always used to get a kick out of it. So for me, like, calling top of the round is a pretty big thing. It just doesn't appear to be very much a Year Zero thing, which is interesting. Looking at Forbidden Lands, Coriolis, and Vaesen. I mean, Vaesen has rounds. They're calling them rounds. Combat is divided into rounds. During each round, everyone takes turns performing... Okay, I should have just looked at Vaesen to start, because it basically is exactly what I wanted right there. Combat is divided into rounds. During each round, everyone takes turns performing actions. That's exactly what I wanted to know. Combat is divided into rounds. During each round, everyone takes turns performing actions. When everyone is done, the round is over and another one begins. Should we talk about how long they last? Yeah, I like that too. Nice and abstract. Vaesen for the win. While the round is not an exact measure of time, each turn lasts between 5 to 20 seconds. However long it takes to aim and shoot, to move, within a zone, and take an action. To determine turn order, roll the relevant skill for initiative at the start of each round. Once everyone has taken their turn, the round is finished, and a new round starts, and initiative is rolled again. Okay, what can I do on my turn? So this is all about action economy. Am I calling this actions? What does Mothership say? When it's your turn, the warden will tell you. When it's your turn, tell the warden what you'd like to do. The warden will tell you if you can get all that done in one turn. If it takes multiple turns to accomplish all of what you want. Generally, can take 2 significant actions on your turn. Yeah. I don't know much about actions. I kind of like the fast and the slow action economy. I just don't like how it's all spelled out. I feel like that should be left to narrative. There should be some narrative freedom around it, and basically just say you can do a fast and a slow action, or you can do a movement and an action. Mutant Year Zero used movements and actions, and I know they consciously removed that terminology from further Year Zero games, but I don't mind putting that back in, to be honest. A maneuver. An action and a maneuver. Roll for a skill. I mean, the thing I like about this is that it's really, really simple. In a turn, you can perform an action and a maneuver, or you can perform 2 maneuvers. I'm gonna go with that, I think, because I quite like that approach. I'm gonna add the O to maneuver because that's the British spelling. I'm gonna call this heading 2. Initiative, actions, maneuvers. Let's look at Mutant Year Zero again. I mean, this is basically it in a nutshell. When it's your turn, on your turn, you can perform 1 action and 1 maneuver. Oops. I mean, there's no mutations, so roll for on an action. An action is used anytime you roll for a skill. Simple. I'm going to capitalize these. Maneuver to maneuvers. Is that the right spelling? I'm not convinced that is right. The U in there I'm missing. Maneuver. Cambridge. OEU and then RE. Right, RE. That was the thing. OEU RE. Maneuvers. OEU RE. OEU RE. Okay. A maneuver is used to move within or between one zone. How do they put this here with movement? Movement in combat. Move within or into an adjacent zone. Move within your current or into an adjacent zone. Perfect. Seek cover. I'm just looking here at Vazen's list of maneuvers, or fast actions, dodging, parrying. And see, this is where they're breaking this up because some actions are faster than others. Who we got on the in the chat still? Just out of curiosity. What level of detail do I want to go in here? I want to simplify combat, so I think I'm going to keep this as it is. You can move. What did Mothership say for this? Situational things, because they had a big list of actions you can take, or you can take two: attacking, bandaging. I mean, that's all covered by a healing roll, firing a weapon, maneuvering a vehicle, opening an airlock, operating machine, reloading a weapon, running, walking. Right, I tell you, still there. Cool. So you can move within your current zone. You can take cover. In fact, I like Coriolis's approach to this too. They have a good set of actions. So, fast actions, basically. I'm kind of tempted to go with their slow action economy because that's kind of a nice. This whole action point thing is kind of interesting, where you get three action points, And that means you can actually do 3. Yeah, you can perform 3 fast actions in a round, which are things like drawing a weapon, picking up an item. So you could draw your weapon and fire in a round. You could I kind of like this approach, and I like how there's no like really big. They do define things like Overwatch, and movement. What else do they have to describe? I think it's just Overwatch that gets described, aim shots and stuff. I like the action point economy. I kind of want to go with that. Fuck it. We're gonna try this. I like this. I like this. Oh boy. When it's your turn to act. Oh, Attila. Just such simple things to decide. I agree, a peasant game should be simple, and action points don't really play into that. Yeah, you're right. You're right. You can perform 1 action, 1 maneuver. An action is used anytime you roll for a skill. A maneuver is used to move within your current or into an adjacent zone. Let me bring up Corios because I still like the list they're using there. For things to give as examples. It says taking cover. Take cover I've got there. Drawing an item. Yep. Nope, you're right. You're right. Drawing a weapon or item. Draw a weapon or item. Pick up an item from the ground. Pick up an item from the ground. Aim a ranged weapon. Reload a crossbow. We'll choose crossbow rolls later. Not here. Use an item. That's an interesting one. Use an item. I think that's probably enough. Move within your current zone. Move into an adjacent zone. Take cover. Draw a weapon or item. Pick up an item from the ground. Aim a ranged weapon. Okay. Get rid of all this stuff from Mothership because it doesn't apply. Initiative I've discussed already, so I can delete that whole section, including my author's note. Cool. I like. Fleeing the conflict. What am I going to do here? Fleeing's important. I'm running out of steam though, so I might need to come back to this. I might just try and put some headers in here. Fleeing and chasing. Yeah. Fleeing needs to be big. I agree. I'm going to leave all that, I think. Sneak attacks. Sneak attacking is pretty important in this game because you might need to creep up on like a sleeping monster to steal something from it or something like that. So we'll call it sneaking, just generally. Sneaking during combat. It's basically a sneak attack. Then it goes on to, I'm looking at Mutant Year Zero. It goes from sneak attacking to social combat, to close combat, to ranged combat. And then trauma. So I think I want to kind of follow suit and go with close combat. In close combat, an opposed roll is made whenever an attack is made. In close combat... Oh. I'm starting to think about... I think I need to start thinking about stopping. When you attack in close combat, make an opposed attack roll. The attacker uses a relevant skill for their equipped. Uses the relevant skill for their equipped weapon. And the defender can either roll acrobatics to dodge or basic melee martial combat to parry. Alright, yep, I like that. To parry and try for a... To parry and try for a counterattack. Each uncancelled success from the attacker causes weapon damage to vitality, plus 1 extra point of damage per extra success over the first. Plus an extra point of damage a success from the attacker causes weapon damage to the defender's vitality. Each extra point of damage can be used for one of these each extra success, not point damage, each extra success can be used for one of these effects. Inflict one additional damage can be chosen multiple times. Subdue or knock a weapon from your opponent. Each extra success piece for one of these effects, though, can be used for a stunt. Knock the weapon from your opponent's hand. Push your push the defender. Push back the defender, such as over a cliff or through a doorway. Knock the defender to the floor. Stand up from being prone. Hold the defender in a grapple. Okay, this is the Mutant Year Zero approach. I'm very familiar with it. They've changed it a lot in other Year Zero games, but I quite like this one. So we're gonna stick with it for now. Fleeing and chasing, it's gonna be pretty big. Sneak attacking. As soon as damage is inflicted, the defender reduces their vitality and then rolls the new vitality score to see if an injury is inflicted. If the defender's vitality reaches 0, they are broken, which also requires an injury roll. Example here, defending. When you're defending yourself in an opposed roll, I quite like the way Meet Your Zero handles this, actually, where you can choose to do certain things. Like, you can choose to take some damage. I actually quite like this. I forgot how they did this. When you defend when you defend yourself in an opposed roll, there's no dodging in Mutant Year Zero, which is interesting. Interesting that there's no dodging, there's no throwing yourself to the ground. I'm sure you could kind of shoehorn that in, but I don't see that in Mutant Year Zero, which is... I haven't played it in a while, actually, so it's kind of interesting to see it's not there. In fact, what I probably should do is open up Elysium, because Elysium is the latest version of the rules, and it doesn't involve any mutations or anything like that. So this could be an interesting way to look at what they put here. Move 1 range step, seek cover, get up from the ground. Ah, yeah. Okay. It's interesting to see the evolution of a rule set through the different games. Where was I? Defense, and I was wondering about dodging rather than using yeah, doesn't look like there's any rules for it. Okay, interesting. I guess dodging. If we're talking about combat being an opposed roll, then dodging doesn't really make any sense. Acrobatics is already important because acrobatics is used for determining initiative in the second round. So I'm kind of not worried about removing... Yeah, I'm kind of not worried about it coming out of here as a dodge option. So we're going to say both sides use the relevant skill for their equipped weapon. Yeah, I'm kind of happy with that, I think. When you defend yourself in an opposed roll in combat, roll the relevant skill for your equipped weapon. Make an opposed roll using the relevant skill for your equipped weapon. For each success that you roll, choose one of the following. Each extra success for one of the following effects. Knock the weapon from the attacker's hand. Counterattack and inflict weapon damage. I mean, I've just put in the meet year 0 stunts. Which I kind of like. Basically, what I've changed here is that rather than just saying every success counts towards additional damage, you can also do situational things. Like you can knock the weapon from the defender's hand. You can push them around. You can knock them to the floor. You can hold them in a grapple. These all require you to have rolled at least 2 successes, and for your defender to not have rolled any. So it's kind of like it's like a combined. Not combined. It's like a double thing going on. So if the opposed roll is basically 2 things happening at the same time from the attacker and the defender. So let's say the attacker rolls two success. Let's say the attacker rolls 1 success. No, let's say the attacker rolls 2 successes, and they have a weapon that does weapon damage of 2, and the defender is a PC, and they also roll 2 successes, and they have a weapon damage of weapon that does damage of 1. Now they can eliminate the 2 successes. They can just say, I'm going to remove the successes that were rolled by my attacker, and so they don't do any damage to me. That's the safe route. Or they can say, I'm going to eliminate one of those successes, so the attacker does base weapon damage, which is 2 damage. And then they're going to say, but then I'm going to push them. I'm going to allow them to do some damage to me, but at the same time, I'm going to push them over the cliff. Which, I quite like, because you're basically taking the damage to do something situational. I'm going to take the damage to knock the weapon from their hand. And the more successes you get, I don't know, it just feels like it's a nice little way of handling that all in one. It handles ties very nicely as well, where it's kind of like, it doesn't matter, the successes aren't canceling each other out. They are interacting with each other, and there's a lot of choice in how you want to have them interact with each other. I really like that, and I'm gonna keep it that way for playtesting. Yeah. Yeah. As soon as if any, I'm gonna say if any damage is inflicted, to either side, if any damage is inflicted to either side, injury rolls. The injury roll. No worries, mate. I'm gonna be finishing in a bit anyway. If any damage is inflicted to either side, I'm not sure I want to put this here. I think it does need to go here, though. If any damage inflicted to either side, the defender reduces their vitality and then rolls. Reduce vitality. By the damage value. And then roll the new vitality score to see if an injury is inflicted. Not much. Just trying to figure out where to put all this stuff. So I put in attacking, I've put in defending. I've kept the injury roll here to say that you have to roll your vitality. It just basically says like, just kind of reminding people that when you do roll, that when damage is inflicted, you roll vitality. Once an opposed roll So this is the difficult thing, is if you're rolling, every time damage is inflicted, you're... What happens, for example, if... let's take where this example I used before, where in close combat the attacker rolls 2 successes, the defender rolls 2 successes. And the attacker decides they're going to take the 2 damage by not eliminating any of the successes. They're going to take the 2 damage, but in return they're going to do a counter attack and knock the defender to the floor. The counter attack inflicts weapon damage, which for peasants, if it's PCs who are playing, it's going to be 1 single success. They'll knock them to the floor and inflict 1 weapon damage. Now that means both sides have inflicted damage upon each other. So when do you roll to see if a critical injury has happened? That becomes a little bit tricky. See, what could happen is if you resolve the entire exchange, and then you roll for the critical, the results sometimes might not make sense. Like, let's say the attacker rolls for a critical and gets a really high result, like instant death, or like a shattered skull or something. Narratively, that wouldn't make sense that the defender would be able to reply to the attack. So it almost seems like I don't know. I have to be very careful with this, because the way I'm doing it here is that it's an opposed roll, and there's the possibility for both sides to inflict damage upon each other. The previous system I'd written down didn't have that. You always had one side inflicting damage on each other, and on a tie. On a tie, there would be 1 damage to vitality, but no injury being sustained. And that's just slightly... that way it's an opposed roll and there's always a winner in it, right? This method here is a little bit more involved, and I'm not sure that it's... I'm not sure how useful it is with what I want. Because the way Mutant Year Zero works is critical injuries only happen... Magnus. I'm already an hour overtime. You missed the whole show. I'm trying to figure out how I want to do damage, how I want to do combat in this one. At the moment, I'm looking at doing opposed rolls. I mean, you can see it here on the screen for close combat. I've got... yeah, I'm looking at doing initiative as being rolled every round. I'm looking at taking a page out of Mutant Year Zero and doing 1 action, 1 maneuver, which I quite like. I quite like how Mutant Year Zero does combat. Because it's fairly simple. And then adding a layer to that where close combat is an opposed attack roll. So this is basically it in a nutshell. These 2 paragraphs. I quite like the sound of this in principle, but the problem is that anytime there can be an injury roll being made at any time during combat. Maybe I should just simple the counter attack thing here, and say, and put this as a separate thing for defending, and say counter attacking. That solves this problem quite nicely, in fact. I have an idea for this. If you eliminate all of the attacker's successes, and still have a success of your own, you can counterattack to inflict. This cannot be increased with multiple successes. This is too complex. I liked it as I'd written it before. God, the problem is causing is when do you cause the injury roll? Again, I'm just thinking of that example. 2 successes from both the attacker and the defender. Let's go back here. The attacker decides to inflict their weapon damage for their first success and an additional damage for their second success. The defender decides whatever they decide to do, whether they're eliminating one of those attacks or none of the attacks, they make the decision to counterattack and inflict their weapon damage. So they're saying, fine, you've got an attack in on me, I'm going to get an attack in on you. Let's say it's 2 peasants fighting with pitchforks, right? Or, I don't know, farm tools. They're getting into a scrap. They both roll 2 successes. Their weapon damage is only 1. It makes it a little bit simpler. And so the attacker says, I'm going to put the extra success into my attack to do 2 damage in total. The defender says, I'm going to eliminate one of those attacks, so I will take one damage. I'm not eliminating both those successes. And for my second attack, I'm going to counterattack. So they do 1 damage to me, I'm going to do 1 damage to them. Then there's the injury roll. The injury roll is the thing I really want to incorporate here, and this is where I think it's breaking down. You inflict weapon damage on a counterattack, which makes sense. So if you're counterattacking with a sword, you should be able to counterattack with more damage, but you can't do any extra damage. But here's the point: is that anytime you take damage, you roll your current vitality. Your new vitality after it's been reduced. And if you fail that roll, you take an injury. So the idea is that you're going to be taking injuries quite quickly, quite often. And the lower your vitality is, the more often you're going to be injured, until eventually you are full of injuries, basically. And I feel like, and the problem here is, when do those injuries occur? In the instance where you're both doing 1 damage on each other, and you're both rolling for that. What happens if the attacker rolls an attack like smash skull, like an instant death? How does that make sense in the exchange that you're both attacking each other? But I guess you would just say it narratively, like they managed to get you're getting your counterattack in. It doesn't happen one after the other. It's just happening simultaneously. So maybe they got their attack in while you're doing the attack. I can just hand wave that, I guess, and just go with it. The injury roll. Once the combat roll is resolved, and any vitality has been reduced, by the amount of damage taken, anyone who took damage must roll the new vitality score to see if an injury is inflicted. If anyone's vitality reaches 0, they are broken, which also requires an injury roll. Okay, I think I like this. It's fairly straightforward. I like the various different options in play. It's not too crunchy. Initiative, you get your actions. Close combat. Grappling. So I've copied this from Mutant Year Zero. If you choose to grapple your opponent in an attack, you must drop your weapon and both fall to the ground. Unless you are grappling something bigger than human. Just thinking, if you could theoretically try to grapple a monster, like throw yourself on the leg of a dragon or something. Not that I'm going to be including anything like dragons in this game. But yeah, suppose there's quite a big monster that you've discovered. You could throw yourself on its back, and that would be considered a grapple. It's just that it wouldn't fall to the ground. No, the idea, I think you wouldn't have time to sheath your weapon in an attack. The idea is you roll a success, you do weapon damage, and then you can hold the defender in a grapple. There wouldn't be time to sheath your weapon and then grab them. It doesn't make sense in this instance. So it'd basically be you basically would have to let your weapon drop as you're grabbing onto them. The idea being, I like to think of it like how the Vikings used to fight when they were quite effective with their axes. I shouldn't have to tell. I shouldn't have to. I shouldn't have to tell you, but I feel a bit silly telling you because you're Swedish. Probably know more about this than me. But from what I understand, using their shields and their axes when they would fight, they would often grapple their enemies, and it wasn't a case of just using a shield wall all the time and then like hooking their axes over the other shield wall, that sort of thing. It was often a mad rush at the enemy, and they were quite good. The Vikings were very good at hand-to-hand combat, and that included grappling. And the way that would work is they would go in with their axes, and if it was very scrappy, if they could find a way to get past their enemy's defenses, then they would grab onto their enemy, and if that meant dropping their axe, then they would drop their axe, because they knew the biggest thing, the main thing was getting advantage over your enemy, and if that meant getting into a scrap, then that was fine. And I that's how I view it, is this mad attack, like you're trading blows with the enemy, and if at some point you take the decision to, when you're attacking, to kind of get within their reach and grapple them, to grab them, you can't really have a weapon in your hand still. And it does, I mean, from Mutant Year Zero it says this as well, you can't use a weapon, you get a +2 modifier, and you're blah. These are grapple attacks, so you're basically attacking them while you're grappling, which is like squeezing them or that sort of thing. I've used these grapple rules in Mutant Year Zero. I quite like them. They're pretty standard. Yeah. To break the grapple, the defender must win an opposed might roll. an opposed might roll. This counts as an action for the defender, but not the attacker. While grappled, calling it the defender. While grappled, the victim. No, I'll keep calling the defender. The defender can only make slight movements. I shouldn't say fall to the ground. That wasn't in the original. That was in Forbidden Lands. It doesn't need to be in this one. If you choose to grapple your opponent in an attack, you must drop your weapon. To break the grapple, the defender must win an opposed might roll. This counts as an action for the defender, but not the attacker. While grappled, the defender can only... the defender must win an opposed might roll. This counts as a full action for the defender, but not the attacker. While grappled, the defender can not make any maneuvers. As an action? Where? I don't see that. As an action. Something I deleted here? No. Oh, where I put full in, probably. Yep, I rewrote. Don't worry about it. Grapple attack. Hold the defender in a grapple. While grappling someone, the only available action is a grapple attack. This counts as a close combat attack. This works like a close combat attack with these differences. It is not opposed. It cannot be opposed by the defender. You can't use a weapon. And you get a +2 modifier to the attack. I'll swap those around. Yeah, I like that. Okay, right. I think I might call that a night. Close combat, attacking, defending, the injury roll, grappling. Oh, I need to address injuries. If a grapple attack is successful, the defender must make an injury roll once they're after their vitality is reduced after the damage is after the vitality is reduced by the grapple. I'm going to do another dev diary next week. Next Thursday is the plan. Let me just check my calendar. Yep. This one is going to be Twilight 2000 Session 1. The 20th. Episode 1. See if I can read that. There we go. Twilight 2000, Episode 1. Mosquitoes flying around. Yeah. So I think the 15th is when the Twilight 2000, no. No. Is that right? Hold on. Give me 1 second. I'll figure this out. So the Twilight 2000 Kickstarter is going live on the 12th of August. So here. And we're going to be Wednesday the 12th. And we're going to be running a session, our first session for it on the 20th. So a week and a bit later. There's going to be no, I can see here where it says Twilight 2000 playtest. I'm calling it T2K. That's fine. I'm going to do the same. We're not going to be... This Sunday, there's going to be no stream. I'm not streaming because we're going to be running a playtest, an offline playtest for Twilight 2000 to get familiar with the rule set a little bit before the 20th. And on the 20th, we've got permission from Free League to run our first session. So it's deliberately being done a week after the start of the campaign, the start of the Kickstarter campaign, because that's what's been agreed with Free League. So we're running on the 20th, and we're going to be running it basically, once a month from there onwards, always on a Thursday night. That means next Thursday's free, so I'm going to be doing yet again another Pitchfork dev diary, I think, because I really, really want to push. I'm getting a lot of good stuff done. I'm getting some good suggestions from people watching, so I really want to try and get this nailed down. I mean, if I look at the time right now, I've been running for 3.5 hours. I started at 9 my time. It's now 12:30 my time. Normally I'm scheduling myself 2 hours to stream, but I'm on a roll for these. I'm kind of in the zone, and I want to try and get as much done as I can. So I quite like doing this, and I want to keep the momentum going. Between now and next Thursday, if I get time, I might not get a lot of time to work on the playtest. If I do, I'm going to try and fill in some of the gaps based on... I'm going to look at Mutant Year Zero as a good starting point. I really like what Vaesen does with combat, so I might look at them at that as well and see if I can come up with something that's a nice little mix of both. For example, there's a holding and wrestling little blurb in Vaesen I haven't looked at. So it might be worth looking at, because Vaesen is the newest rule set. And it's also a bit more narrative than any of the other games. So it makes sense. I'm trying to go for something a little bit more lightweight, a little bit more narrative. The reason I haven't chosen to go with it here for these combat rules is that those are a list of actions in Vaesen, slow actions, fast actions. And yeah... it's a big list, and I don't want the rules associated with that. I want it a little bit more freeform. I want it to be a little bit more like what Mutant Year Zero has. I quite like how they do that. I can also tie my opposed rolls in quite nicely to close combat here, which I'd like to try. It does mean that combat is going to be very quick and deadly, which I like. Yeah, but there's other things I think that might be, like the grappling, for example, in Mutant Year Zero. It might make sense to look at. It's grappling is an option. That's cool. I can keep that, but then I might want to look at how grappling is handled in Vaesen because it might be a bit more narrative. In fact, I'll just do that now. I'll actually open the open this because then you can look at it alongside. Holding and wrestling. When attempting to wrestle or grapple your opponent, you make a force test. Your opponent can use a reaction to break free, also using force. So this is an actual action you're taking to grapple. Whereas in Mutant Year Zero, you make an attack roll, and you can attempt to grapple through that. Now, see, this is an interesting thing where in games after Mutant Year Zero, it was never included as a stunt, as an extra bonus to your attack. You always had the option of attacking, like choosing it as an action, right? So you can either attack somebody with your weapon or you can attempt to grapple them. Whereas, I mean, it's not called grappling here; it's called holding. Wrestling, pushing, grappling is how it's described as an action. So if you want to wrestle them, it's like you're not doing damage; you're going to try and grab them in a wrestle. And in that case, it's a Attila, no worries. And in that case, it's still an opposed test, but it's an opposed force test. In this case, it would be an opposed might test. If you succeed at the opposed test, they're restrained and can't perform any actions other than breaking free or shouting. Preventing your opponent from speaking by putting your hand over their mouth requires an extra success. The opponent is restrained until you let them go or they break free. Once per turn, you may use a fast action to try and... So I kind of like how these... I kind of like... just thinking about this very quickly. I like that in the middle of a normal attack, you can drop your weapon and grab somebody. That makes sense to me. It also makes sense to me that you can also decide to do a grapple rather than doing an attack. Where you're just saying, I'm gonna not try and do any damage. I'm just gonna try and grab the person and not try and do any damage to them first. So I think I'm gonna add that. Yeah, grappling. So let me look at Vaesen again in terms of how they've worded it. I mean, it's kind of made it the same here, that it's an opposed test. You can choose to wrestle or grapple an opponent rather than attack them. To do so, you must drop or sheath your weapon. I'll just say you must have both hands free. You must have both hands free. And then make an opposed might test. If you choose to grapple as part of your... If you choose to grapple your opponent during an attack, if you spend, here we go. If you spend a success during an attack to grapple your opponent, you must drop your weapon. You can choose to wrestle or grapple your opponent rather than attack them. To do so, you must have both hands free and make an opposed might test. If you spend a success during an attack to grapple your opponent, you must drop your weapon. Once grappled, the defender must win an opposed might roll to break the grapple. Once held, the defender must win an opposed might roll to break free. This counts as a full action for the defender, but not the attacker. You can choose to wrestle or grapple an opponent rather than attack them. To do so, you must have both hands to make an opposed. If you spend a during to grapple your opponent, I'm saying an opponent. Once held, the opponent must win an opposed might roll to break free. This counts as a full action for the opponent, but not for the grappler. I'm saying you the whole time. While grappled, your opponent cannot make any maneuvers. Okay, so this first bit is just talking about the success criteria to make a grapple. You have to have your hands free and you have to make an opposed might test. Or you've spent a success during an attack and you have to drop your weapon. If you spend a success during an attack to grapple your opponent, you must drop your weapon, but don't need to roll might. If you spend a success during an attack to grapple your opponent, you don't need to make an opposed might test, but you must drop your weapon. That works. Excuse me. Once held, the opponent must win an opposed might roll to break free. This counts as a full action for the opponent, but not for you. Putting your hand over your opponent's opponent's mouth to stop them. To keep them quiet requires an additional success. Okay, what do we have here in evasion then? The opponent is restrained until you let them go, or her go, or she breaks free. Once per turn, she may use a fast action to try and break free. You can use hold as a reaction. The two of you then make an opposed roll for force. The person being held must get more successes than her opponent in order to break free. If you get the same number, it remains unchanged. If you do not use a reaction to hold her, she only requires a single success to break free. The person being held can parry but cannot attack or flee until she manages to break free. Interesting. Putting your hand... Once held, the opponent must win an opposed might roll to break free. This counts as a full action for the opponent off you. While grappled, your opponent cannot make any maneuvers, but can defend themselves. From incoming attacks if they remain armed. Albeit with a -2 modifier. albeit as hold on, what did I say for difficulty? Challenging difficulty. Okay, I think that's pretty much it. I've left this grapple attack, and even though it's not invasion, because invasion it's saying you're restraining someone, they can't perform any actions other than breaking free or shouting. You can cover their mouth with a success. The opponent is restrained until you let them go where they break free. It doesn't say anything about attacking somebody while you're grappling with them or you're wrestling them, but to me that makes sense. If you're wrestling with someone or you're grappling somebody, you could definitely hurt them. You could wrench an arm out of its socket or something like that. But it does actually cause some complications when it comes to how damage is calculated here, and perhaps this is better handled with. If a grapple, I'm just thinking about this, whether I want to have grapple attacks be a thing. I'm kind of curious now how Forbidden Lands and Coriolis handle grappling. You pin your enemy in a tight cinch. See grappling below. Grapple attack. While you grapple with a pinned opponent, grapple attacks are your only available actions. A grapple attack is like any other melee attack with the following exceptions. You can't use any weapons, you get a +2 modifier, and your enemy cannot defend against it. So Coriolis has it pretty much like Mutant Year Zero. How does Forbidden Lands do it? Close combat. Grapple. You grab hold of your opponent, roll melee, can be dodged or parried. If the attack succeeds, you both fall to the ground. The opponent drops any weapon they were holding, can't move. All they can do is try and break free. While grappling, the only action you can perform is a grapple attack. It works like a punch, kick, or bite, but is a fast action and cannot be dodged or parried. So, Vazen's the only one that doesn't have a grapple attack. Yeah, I mean, if they have a sword, but you don't have a sword, but your opponent has a sword. Yeah, you just handle it narratively. You're getting around their sword. I mean, a sword isn't going to be much use when somebody's clinging to you because you imagine that the whole point of grappling is to try and pin them, is to try and hold them to prevent it from attacking. So the idea is that you're preventing them from using that weapon against you. But if you imagine like you get behind them, like you're holding them in some sort of arm lock or something, so you're restricting, or you're like holding them in a bear hug or something like that, their sword might still be used in front of them. So if you're holding them so somebody else can attack them, that's where this thing here is. While grappled, your opponent cannot make any maneuvers, but can defend themselves from incoming attacks if they remain armed. So that's the idea. Is if you're saying, all right, I've got them, stab them or something like that, they can try and, if they still have their weapon in their hand, they can try and like flick the incoming weapon off. But it's challenging difficulty to do so. grapple attack. I mean, this works like a close combat attack, except that I'll just say yeah, fine. I think it was fine as I had it before. If damage is caused in a grapple attack, the opponent vitality is reduced, but no injury roll is made. I think I just want to keep that simple. So we're just basically saying you're wearing down their health, their stamina, but you're not doing any injuries. And the other thing I want to do here, I think, is put that in there for improvised weapons and unarmed attacks. So unarmed attacks. I'll put this before grappling, actually. Unarmed attacks. If you're fighting someone, if you are unarmed, if you fight someone unarmed, it is treat fighting unarmed is treated like a standard attack or defend. Above, with the exception, however, any damage dealt. However, any damage dealt reduces vitality, but does not prompt. However, any damage dealt reduces vitality, but does not prompt an injury roll. Likewise, if someone's vitality is reaches 0 due to an unarmed attack, they are broken but do not. I'll put it like this. However, any damage dealt reduces vitality but does not prompt an injury roll, comma, even if broken. That's that's a lot easier. Okay, so that's unarmed attacks. Fighting unarmed. And then one here. Animals or monsters who attack. Animals or monsters. Animal or monster attacks are not considered unarmed. Teeth, claws, or other natural weapons are not considered unarmed. Teeth, claws, or other Animal or monster attacks. Animal or monster attacks are not considered unarmed. Okay, I think that's straightforward enough. Grappling, I think I'm done with. Just like with unarmed attacks. If damage is caused in a grapple attack, vitality is reduced, even if broken. Okay. Okay. This is quite crunchy. This is a lot more. I'm devoting a lot more to combat than I originally wanted. I kind of like it though. I kind of like it. I like how to knock somebody to the floor. You have to be attacking them. It's not just something you can just choose into an action. I'm gonna try and trip somebody up. Just looking at the slow actions. This is all kind of revamped with the kind of newer Year Zero engine games. Wrestling, pushing, grappling, attacking, unarmed attack. And it's all kind of straightforward. It's interesting to say that. Let's see what I put in skills. Might. Might isn't used. I didn't mention might for grappling, but it should be. Or grapple with someone. Roll to lift or move something heavy, demolish someone with force, or grapple with someone. So basic melee, I've said to grapple. With everyday tools which may be used as weapons. Or for improvised weapons. Chairs. What else would you use for as an improvised weapon? Chairs, bottles. Let's do 3 before I do the etc. Chairs, bottles. What would a peasant have lying around that they could pick up and use as an improvised weapon? Pot. Chairs, bottles, pots, etc. You can have bottles? Nah, you can have pots though. Chairs, pots. Say bottles, that's fine. Okay, so I've changed this that melee is used for improvised weapons and for everyday everyday weapons. Roll to hit things with simple weapons. Everyday tools. Pitchforks, grain flails, etc. Or for improvised weapons. Okay, so roll to hit things with simple weapons, knives, axes, clubs, etc. Everyday tools, pitchforks, grain flails, etc. Or for improvised weapons, chairs, pots, etc. Roll to hit things with simple weapons like knives or clubs, everyday tools like pitchforks or grain flails, or for improvised weapons like chairs or pots. That works. Okay, so might is for grappling. So I'm using might for grapple. I like that. That's fine with me. Fighting unarmed is treated like a standard attack or defend action above. Or the above. Except that the attacker must use might instead of a combat skill. In addition, any damage dealt. I'll just get rid of that. Any damage dealt reduces vitality but does not prompt an injury roll, even if broken. Animal or monster attacks are not considered unarmed. Fighting unarmed is treated like a standard attack or defend action above. Except that the attacker must use might instead of a combat skill. Any damage dealt reduces vitality but does not prompt an injury roll, even if broken. Okay, I like that. It's basically saying you can still attack somebody with if they're defending themselves, like so it's an opposed roll. Yeah. So you can still inflict additional damage. You can still knock the weapon from their hand. You can still push them, knock them to the floor, or hold them in a grapple. I like that. That works. If you're defending against an unarmed attack, you can eliminate the successes. That makes sense. You're basically defending by blocking incoming damage. You can also knock the weapon from their attack. I mean, they're not gonna have a weapon. That's fine. You can still push them. That's fine. You can knock them to the floor, yes, or you can counterattack to inflict weapon damage. All that works. Only this knocking weapon from that hand doesn't obviously work in a grapple. But that works. Works fine. Okay, I think I'm done for the night. 1 o'clock. I've been going for 4 hours instead of 2. So it's pretty epic. I've got quite a bit left here to do, but I'm gonna shoot off, I think. Yeah. I need to have a real big think. Just in summary here, I wanted to have a really simple... I've got here for simple conflict, where not every conflict needs to be a long drawn out affair. It can be treated like any other event. Bloody, 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 blah. If rolls are made and fail, there should always be a consequence. For simplified combat, this should be handled by an opposed roll, which always results in vitality loss. Whenever vitality or stability are reduced, a trauma roll is made to see if an injury or torment is inflicted. Trauma roll, that's what it's called, not an injury roll. Trauma roll. Anytime you use vitality, you're taking damage. Anytime damage reduces... Anytime damage reduces vitality. Anytime... So, not anytime. Whenever a weapon causes... Whenever a weapon causes damage, reduce vitality by the value, by the amount of incoming damage, and then roll the new vitality score. Value is fine. If this roll fails, it's not you're broken. No. If this roll fails, you take an injury. If your vitality is reduced to 0, you are broken. All right. Okay. Trauma. Talk about trauma. Whenever a weapon causes damage, reduce vitality by the amount of incoming damage and then roll the new vitality value. Stability. You must also roll stability whenever it is reduced by incoming damage. You must also roll the revised stability value whenever it's reduced by damage. Whenever your stability is reduced by damage. Whenever it is reduced by stress. If you fail. If this roll fails, take a torment. You gain a torment. You suffer an injury, you suffer a torment. If your stability is reduced to 0, you are broken. If either your vitality or stability are reduced to 0, you're broken. Okay, I like that. And here's broken on the next slide. Your vitality and stability can go below 0. Okay, I think I'm gonna stop. I can feel my attention starting to wander a little bit, or losing focus a bit. I've come really far. I've got recovery in here. I've got lots and lots and lots of pages on combat. I wanted something very simple, so I'm gonna have a think about. I'm gonna look at what I originally wrote at the start of the day in terms of how combat is handled. I'm gonna look again at games like this one, 17th Century Minimalist, and Merkborg and Mothership, and just see how they're handling it, because I have a feeling here that I'm going in. I'm just trying to think of how I would put this in a in the final product. Yeah. Maybe I can simplify this a lot. Maybe initiative can be reduced. Actions and maneuvers is already pretty slow. I need to put some detail in here for fleeing and so TBC. Highlight that in yellow so that I don't miss it. Sneaking attacks. Do I need to have anything in here for this? I don't know. Close combat. I mean, this is where it gets complicated, right? I like that it's an opposed roll. I like that you have this utility to move people around. I like the trauma roll, how it's in there, to see if an injury is inflicted. I like the unarmed attacks. I like how grappling's handled. I like how I've done improvised weapons. Although I haven't put anything in here yet. That needs to be rewritten. Ranged combat needs a whole section. Does it really? I don't know. Trauma. includes the, I mean, that's pretty straightforward. Trauma roll, broken, trauma. Put to the playtest. Yeah, I know. Yep. I wanted something a lot simpler, and this is a full blown year zero approach. I look at what I did for year zero mini. Year zero mini is right here, and when I look at how conflict is handled, I've just got this. That's it. Simple conflict, and then if you have a more climactic scene, you do this from Tales from the Loop. Trauma's got a little section there, you know, less than 1/3 of a page. And then in the GM section, there's just a little bit about magnitude to just finish that section out. I mean, it's really simple. It's really, really simple. I've gone from that, which is how I consider a rules light approach, to pages and pages and pages of combat. So, yeah, it's fine. I mean, I'll have a think about it. I'm going to be back here next week. I'm going to be trying to finish the combat off, because I think once combat is finished, conflict is finished. I just need to put some bones around adversaries, and then that can be a light section though. I can leave GM advice for after the playtest. That definitely does not need to be needed for. It's not needed for the playtest. I've already got some stuff in around here for witchcraft. If I can put all of the, I've put the entire rules in for witchcraft. I've done that already. So I've got 3 pages on using spells. Yeah, combat's fiddly. Yeah. But again, yeah. This is the whole thing I'm struggling with. Is, you know, I want to keep this. Try and keep this lightweight. I want to try and keep it simple to grok and to use. And I think the answer is just to reduce the complexity down. I'll keep this section here on simple conflict. I might remove my climactic scenes completely, and just really, really distill this down to its bare parts. I mean, yeah. But I think as you say, let's try and keep it as it is for playtesting. Yeah. This is the big section here, fleeing and chasing. I really need to put some thought into that. Sneak attacks, yeah. Only a paragraph is probably needed for that. I can reduce this down to 1 sentence. Unarmed attacks use might. Yeah. Unarmed attacks. Attacker must use might. Damage dealt reduces vitality, does not prompt trauma roll. Animal and monster attacks are not considered unarmed. Okay, that's all it is. But that's fine. Okay. Yeah. Thanks for listening. I know it's late for you as well, Magnus. So, because you're in the same time zone as me. So I'm gonna leave my cursor here, and I'm gonna log off for the night. So, thank you very much. And I'm knackered now. Anybody watching this on YouTube, if you made it all the way to the end of this 4+ hour video, well done. Or watching it on Twitch after the event, well done. There's a lot here. I'd be surprised if anybody watches it to the end. So, well done if you did. All right, that's me. I'm gonna take off. So good night. Bye bye. Oh, if you're watching this after the event and you've made it to the end, please throw me a like on YouTube, or if you're on Twitch and you haven't followed me already, please hit the follow button. That really helps to gauge interest in the channel, and it helps me stay motivated to continue making content. So if you're watching on YouTube, go ahead and hit the subscribe button if you like what you're seeing and like to see more. That's it from me. So thanks and goodbye. And thanks again, Magnus. I think you're the only one left for chatting to me to the end. Bye-bye.